Konnichiwa. Orewa Yamashita Marko desu. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Thank you. Thank you everyone for coming. Those of you that are here live, those of you that are going to be on the VOD team. I know several people have told me that this is I thought I was picking a good time for everybody, but apparently some people stayed up late for several of my streams, and this is a very bad time for them, and so they will be checking out the VOD later. So I apologize for those of you who are going to miss this, because it's like 2 or 3 in the morning for you guys. But I've been trying to pick a time that is mostly convenient for everyone. Hey, not a problem. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you check out, if you aren't able to stay for the rest of today, I hope you check out the VOD just so you can find out what's going on, hear what I have to say. Otherwise, please take care for the next 3 days. Yeah, I'll be working through some stuff, and hopefully that once I explain everything that's going on, everyone will understand. So thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. I'm very thankful for all you guys that come in here and listen to me. And I'm just kind of talking just a little bit to let any stragglers that come in stop in so they can get here. So the main reason why Wiley, thank you. Hey, how's it going? I haven't been able to talk to you in a while. So, I'm glad that you are able to make it. Thanks for stopping in. I wanted to kind of update you guys on what's going on, because as you guys may have seen, I haven't exactly been around. Ooh, that's loud. Hang on. I thought I turned all this stuff down. I haven't exactly been around for the last few days, and I have a lot of stuff that's going on in my personal life, but there's also a lot of stuff that I've been dealing with as a person, and I need to explain this stuff to you guys, not out of obligation, but rather because I want you guys to understand what I'm going through, because it will probably give you guys some perspective of what someone like MikeNeko is going through. And the best way I can explain this to you guys is when I talk about knowing and feeling what she goes through with manic depression. It's a very real it's a very real comparison, because I deal with it on a daily basis. I also suffer from it, and you guys probably haven't. Yeah, I mean, maybe you guys have noticed. Maybe you guys haven't noticed. I don't have swings nearly as bad as she does. But part of the reason why I don't is because I understand what I'm dealing with and what I'm going through. I've had 8 years of training with mental health. Um, I have a support group and counseling and all the other stuff that helps me get through all this. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to start at the very beginning, if that's okay with you guys, because I got to be honest with everyone here. Um, I never expected to have anybody in my streams at all. And I know that sounds kind of dumb and stupid, but when I first started, this kind of streaming, it was very, I was like, okay, I'm going to stream people, I'm just going to stream because I'm playing games, and if people show up, fine. If they don't show up, that whatever, because you know I was just doing it because everyone else was doing it. And when I got my VTuber model, it was because um, several people that I have met through various circumstances are VTubers. And one of the ways I have been able to connect and collab with them and do things with them was because I was able, I was able to give a VTuber model and, be a part-time VTuber streamer person, and I found it very enjoyable. But, don't get me wrong. And I guess my when I chose to when I saw what was happening to Rusia, I could not stand by and not say anything. It was because I had been saying it for a very, very long time that there was something wrong with Rusia. There was something wrong with the person. There was something wrong with her. And there was something going on. No one listened to me. They're all, oh, that's the character. That's the person. That's who she is. That's just, she's just playing the part. I'm like, no, there is something wrong with her. There's something going on. There's something deeper. And then we started finding all this stuff out, right? I know how this goes, guys. I know how this goes. I know these swings. I know these things that she feels because I go through them. I mean, right now, man, right now, okay. You do you remember when Rusia slash MikeNeko, when she was in that transition, she was crying, she was bawling, um, she was saying she was an awful person, that she was trash, she was nothing, she deserved everything that she was getting, all this stuff. She was berating herself, she was dogging herself. I know how that feels because I've been going through that for the past week. Because in my mind, I'm in that part of the cycle, that manic depression part of the cycle is it. That's where I'm at, guys. Okay, that's where I'm at right now. Because I mean, and you guys got to understand something, okay? We worked our asses off all through all the way up through May, trying to make a difference. And after April 1st came around, as much as my mind I kept telling my mind, I know that the statement that we were making is more important than whether or not we saved the channel, because we knew the saving the channel was going to be a long shot anyways, and that the statement was what mattered, even though I knew that was the result and what we were aiming for in my mind. I kept demeaning myself inside, saying, if I was only more popular, if I was only more, only had more followers, if I only had more subscribers, if my channel was only bigger, I started looking at my numbers and saying, what can I do to get bigger? What can I do to get stronger? What can I do to make a difference? What can I do to, next time something like this happens, I'm big enough to where I can have some kind of influence. And I started looking at all this stuff, right? And then, I'm like, well, I'm going to start doing this and start doing that and start doing this. And then, you start seeing numbers, and all you do is start seeing numbers. And when those numbers don't grow, you start, applying your value, your self-value, your self-worth to those numbers. And I lost completely what my objective was in my head, what I was trying to do in the first place. And the thing I was trying to do in the first place was simply stream with my friends. Do things with my friends. Talk about the things that are important to me. Whether or not there were 5 people in the stream or 500 in the stream. I lost that perspective. Because my mind and the depression and the rut that I got myself in, just like MikeNeko, when she starts getting into that rut, of self-demeaning and believing the antis and believing the haters and believing all the lies and the slander out there, she starts parroting exactly what they're saying. It's exactly what I was doing in my head, and I had to take those days off to really what am I doing to myself? What am I, and even if I sat there and didn't, I was doing absolutely nothing. And I knew that, I knew things were probably going on while I was, disconnected myself. I'll be honest, I did not expect to go from just being somebody who talked about what he liked to somebody who's trying to make a difference. And that change in call has just been such a dramatic difference to me as a person that, I don't hate it, because I'm doing this for somebody I care about. I'm doing this for people that I care about, and for people that are in chat here, so we can have this place, so we can hang out, so we can talk, so we can, we can exchange information, that we can, you guys can cheer me on when I'm playing certain things, and we can talk about different things, and and when I'm playing different games, you guys can give me advice and all this stuff. And that's great. I love that, and that's what I need to have my focus on, because if I am going to do anything and succeed, that's what I need to succeed at first. But for this past week, I've been trashing myself, man, and I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't be. It's just, when you're dealing with manic depression on the scale that, when you're dealing with manic depression, this is what happens. And even when you're telling yourself, this is this is wrong, your mind plays this game with you where you're saying, it doesn't matter if it's wrong, you still, it's still the truth, or it does things to try to trick you into believing that it's the truth, or that, what you're deceiving yourself, and your mind starts playing games with you. And that's what happens to her. and that's why, there are times where she sounds confused because she is going through these same things. She's going through these highs and lows where you start twisting the truth into whatever kind of reality you want to believe in. And then in your mind, that truth, that twisted truth becomes that reality until somebody either talks you into back into the real reality, or you recognize that you have twisted that fact into something that is totally false. It's crazy when that whole thing happened and I saw you in my recommendation, so I joined the stream. Yeah. Uh, um yeah, I was my 5 seconds of fame night was when I looked at my my chat bar, or I looked at my stream statistics, my analytics, and I saw that I had over 500 concurrent viewers. I was like, wait a minute, that ain't right. That was my 5 seconds of fame, and I'm like, oh crap. But you know what? I I'll be honest with you guys. I have been reaching out to her for weeks. For weeks, guys. I've been trying to reach out to her through Twitter, through email, just trying to get her attention to tell her, hey, look, you need help with connecting with your English audience. We are. Hey, Beavers, how's it going? I saw you sneak in. Thank you for dropping in. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you have PewDiePie's number, you know what? As much as I would enjoy having his influence, I really don't like the guy too much, but I would love to have his influence. Or at least his numbers and fan base, but that's a completely different story. But I am not a fan of him. I've never really been a fan of him, but I can respect the fact that he worked his ass off to get to where he's at, and that's that it's very admirable that he's done what he's done to get to where he's at. So that's perfect, and that's legit, and I think that deserves respect. Buy Hall Live, rehire Rushia. I have said to myself, I have actually said to myself, and this is no lie, that if I ever won a significant amount of money, like the lottery or something like that, I would fund my own group and run it my own way, and run it the way I want it to be ran, and try to prove that VTubers do not have to be the way that they are now. But what I'm getting at, guys, is that I want you to understand that this is going to get worse. Okay? I'm not at the bottom yet. I'm going to get worse before it gets better. And I really want you to understand that, because as many of you know, I lost my mother in October, and she passed away in October. and her birthday's in 9 days. And this is going to be her first birthday without her. And I know my father is going to be torn apart about the whole thing. And right now, that he's another thing that is weighing heavily on me, which also gets me depressed because I got a call from one of his friends, and they told me that recently he's been spending almost every single day in the graveyard at my mom's grave because he misses her so much. And I'm over 1,500 miles away from where they are. It's not an easy trip for, it's not, I'm not just right around the corner where I can, turn around and go, grab him and say, hey, you shouldn't be doing this. This is not healthy for you, that kind of thing. So, for me, it's been extremely difficult to, just to figure out what to do, because I mean my father is a perfectly healthy man, yet I know he's been struggling with his grief a lot, and I don't blame him. I mean, him and my mom were married for over 50 years. Hey, Red, how's it going? I'm glad you were able to stop in, Red. I was kind of worried about, that you got bored of me and went and found somebody else. And that's a thing that I've been. Yeah, yeah, I hear you. Hey, cool. How's it going? Thank you for stopping in. My father, um, for right now, he had been relatively okay, but um, the thing of it is that he's it, like I said, it's my mother's birthday is coming up in 9 days. She's no longer with us. And we're still getting over that grief. Um, and that's another thing. It's very possible that it's just it's part of his grieving process, and that he may eventually get out of it. Um, for me though, guys, these next 9 days are going to be really hard because my mom my mom was a big part of my life, and this is gonna sound kind of cheesy and kind of corny, but I want you guys to understand something, that you know in a lot of cases, when everyone else, at least in my case, you know if you came from a family that where you know your parents tried to support you or encourage you, you know Your mom's always going to try to support you. You know, it ain't like that in every family, and I get that. But if you came from a family like mine, my mom always tried to support me. Every time I failed, she was still sitting there, standing there, and saying, "Hey, you tried your best. You worked your ass off. I saw the effort you put into it, and that's what counts." You know. You start missing that kind of encouragement. I mean, when things don't go your way, or things just kind of fall apart on you, or you know what you're trying to do, you fail at what you're trying to do, or you just you know I just want you guys to really understand that I mean, I lost one of the most important people in my life. And when you lose somebody as important to you as I have, um, 6 months, 6 years, that pain just don't go away like that. And it makes it even worse because of me, being me struggling with what I'm going through. What I live with. I live with manic depression, and living with manic depression makes it that much worse. And that's why I say I understand what MikeNeko is going through. I mean, I had two life crushing events happen to me in the last 4 years. You know, First I had my accident with my back, and then I lost my mother. You know, I mean, my life was turned upside down twice in 4 years. How could I not understand some of that pain that she had to have gone through? Even if it wasn't losing the opportunity of a lifetime and like whole life, but I lost my career. I lost my entire career that I had invested my entire college education into. I worked through college. I was working at the place I wanted to work at. I was working on retirement. I was working on getting a house. I had just bought a nice car, and in a snap of a finger, that was all gone, all of it. And then a year after that happens, my mother calls me on Mother's Day instead of me calling her, and she goes, "Hey, Marko, guess what? I got cancer, and I got less than 5 years to live." And I'm like, damn, what a great Mother's Day present that was. Happy Mother's Day. So, if I disappear again for a little while, I just want you guys to know it's not because I'm abandoning my channel, or you guys that come and talk to me and we hang out day after day when I stream and things like that. It ain't about that. But I want you guys to know that what you're hearing right now is just an example of, or just an example of what she is probably going through with her issues. And when she goes through these cycles of you know her lows and her depression phases, you know and when she came back today, she sounded a lot better. She sounded relaxed, refreshed. She sounded upbeat. She was ignoring the aunties that were trying to wind her up and everything like that. She sounded very cheerful. She was joking around. She was laughing, which I thought was great. And people were very upbeat about that. Even though she was talking about the fact that she was very scared to go back to playing Genshin again, but she wanted to play and doing other things. And she's afraid that if she puts herself back out there again playing games, that she's just opening up herself again to be a target. And I mean, for me, just putting myself out here, I mean, I'm a small fish in a big pond, but I there's a part of me that just that's had been sitting here for days now, trying to figure out what exactly am I doing, because that hurt, because I started realizing that I had lost what I was trying to accomplish in the first place. you know so I'm hoping, I know that I'm gonna hit these low. I'm gonna hit a low here in the next 9 days or so, and it's gonna be around that time, because it mom's birthday is gonna likely be a trigger for it. That's the way it goes. Things like that become a trigger for those types of events to happen. But I want you guys to understand that when you have somebody that has manic depression, you start trying to identify what those triggers are. Because if you understand what the triggers are, and you start identifying and understanding, this is what sets people off, when or sends them into that spin of going into that depression phase, then you can start working on trying to avoid those things, or building a resistance towards it. That's what MikeNeko doesn't do, because I don't think she's either been taught that, or has had the training for it, or the counseling for it. And basically, part of the what she needs to do right now is first ignore those aunties, um, just so she can maintain that sanity that she has, you know. But then she also needs to learn to stop empowering them, you know. And there's many different ways of doing that, um, and that's part of what's, you know, what they teach you with, like, just with the internal struggle. You know, my internal struggles have a lot to do with, you know, empowering those particular things that become, um, you know, or manifest as big, um, dark spots in my life, like, you know, mom's birthday, her death, um, you know, her not being here, um, you know, picturing my father just sitting there in you know, the grave, and at the graveyard, you know, those types of things. You know, learning how those things, you know, are just images, and they don't actually have power, is you know, one of the first steps to, um, being able to control the, you know, what you're facing. But, you know, until she learns that, um, and she's able to control those types of things, you know, she's probably going to struggle. Um, oh, I see. A close friend of mine lost her son from a heart attack while he was sleeping. He was her rock and everything. Yeah, it's very rough when you lose somebody, you know, like that. It's just, you know, it's gut wrenching. It's heartbreaking. You know, and a lot of people just, you know, you don't know how to handle it or what to do. You know, um, I'm Chinese, so I don't really get that kind of. You know, um, see, my mother was taught, you know, she was fortunate enough to where she grew up being taught, you know, the Western style of upbringing, you know, because they were taught, you know, we're living in America, right, you know, now we're living in America now, and we don't want to be seen, or people, we don't want people to, you know, think of us as Japanese sympathizers, so act American. You know, I mean, that was literally what they were taught back then, you know, when, because that, I mean, that's when they were born, you know, way back when. So, you know, that was kind of the mentality that they had. So they, you know, I was kind of fortunate where they had that kind of American upbringing. She still visits him daily despite the long walk. It's it's a hard thing, you know. I mean, my, you know, like I was saying, my he, you know, my mother and my father were together for, you know, well over 50 years. And you know, my mother was afraid that she would lose him when he had to go to war, you know, and all that stuff, you know. And, you know, once, you know, when he made it back, you know, it was one of those things where they promised each other, you know, and I thought it was nice at the time, but, you know, afterwards I started kind of doubting it a bit, because it it was it was so hard on my mother, but they just would not have it any other way, you know. uh she wanted to die at home. She did not want to die in the hospital. and she refused to die in the hospital. She wanted to die at home. And it was one of the hardest things on my father because, he had to do everything and take care of her, at home. There was no medical, help. I mean, he was a combat medic, so he did have medical training, but he was a triage. He knew triage, but he didn't know, a lot of the other stuff. So it was very hard on him. He saw things that I would not have wanted him to see because of that. Something I'll eventually feel too. Filipino here, I'll never feel the same. Yeah. She doesn't plan on playing, then she plays with her subs only. Yeah. MikeNeko is extremely stubborn, and again, like I've said, I've tried reaching out to her many times, and it frustrates me because um there's really some very, and I'm not gonna say that my solutions are foolproof and they are the exact answers. However, what I am going to say is that there are some things that I think that I could definitely say would help improve what happens and what's going on in her streams, so it makes things better for the viewer. It makes things better for her fans, and the biggest thing, like what I tweeted out this morning, what ends up happening, guys, is, and this is the other thing, all right? I mean, we're having this talk now, all right, and we're having this talk now, and my last stream was 4 days ago. Okay, so 4 days ago, today it's been 4 days since my last stream. I had been almost radio silent for 4 days, and hang on a second. Okay, so I've been almost radio silent for 4 days. Now, she had been almost radio silent for even longer than that, right? So she comes back and she says almost nothing in English. Not, and until somebody translates for her, and somebody, sees what or listens to what she says on her stream, unless those two things happen, we don't exactly know what she's been doing or what she's been up to, or whether or not she's okay or feeling better, or what is going on, and so that's why that was one of the biggest things that when like I reached out to her, and I've been reaching out to her. Actually, I'm gonna put myself on the other side of the screen because I got an icon over there that I'm covering. Okay, there we go, much better. Okay, so you got like 6 or 7 days of like complete radio silence, and then she reappears, and we're trying to figure out what happened, right? And where she's been, and if she's okay and how she's feeling, and what's new, and what's going on. So you got 6 days plus the time it takes for any clippers or any translators, and of course, it's it's she doesn't want her videos clipped. So that prevents people from talking about her. So, you have unofficial, moderated, clips that she doesn't want out there, or and who knows if they're legit or if they're antis or if they're people trolling her, or if they're actual translators, that are trying to give an update on what her status is. How is the English audience supposed to know what's going on? Right? Now add on to that, if you got 5-6 days like that, and you're going through a manic depression episode where you're on your low cycle, all right? And depending on her low cycles, and from what I can tell, sometimes her low cycles last weeks. So if she's gone for like 2 weeks because of her low cycles, and then you add on to that because she went radio silent because of an incident that happened, she could be gone for like up to 28 days before she comes back. And if she doesn't say anything, and then she comes back and only communicates in Japanese, how is the English audience supposed to know what's going on? So that's what I've been trying to reach out to her about, and I've been imploring her and begging her. It's like, look, you have to, figure out a way to talk to your English audience. Tell them what's going on. Make it a statement. Make it something that we can either read, or work with somebody that can help you. Make a prepared statement that's in English, so we can understand what it's coming from you. So it puts us at ease. So we're not getting catfished by aunties, and haters who are, making, taking clips and, potentially misleading us. Because unless you got people like me who meticulously try to go through and try to, translate what's going, what she's saying, and then there's me, and then there's a few other people that are trying to do the same thing, and then do a report on it so we could spread the word. Unless there's people like us doing that, it's very difficult for the English audience to find out what she's doing if she's only communicating to 60% of her audience, and that's in Japanese. Even though she says she treasures her overseas audience, you got to be able to talk to them too, because we're sitting there starving for information. So that's why I've been trying to reach out to her. And those depression episodes that she has is one of the main reasons why I've been trying to reach out to her, because if she's working on something like, learning English, trying to learn how to communicate with her English audience, it gives her something to work on, something to look forward to, something to enjoy. And that focuses a person on something where, if you have a focus like that, and you're able to maintain that focus and you're working on it, those triggers start falling to the wayside. And if even when those triggers happen, you're too centered on that focus to where those triggers, even if people try to use them against you, they don't work, because that your focus is more important than the trigger in your mind. So it helps prevent and block and protect you from having those lapses into that 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 dropping cycle that you end up having. You know, because you have the trigger version of it, and then you have the natural version of it, and depending on the person, sometimes you just have those days where, or those cycles where you just dip into a into your low cycle, and there's nothing you can do about it. But if you're still able to work on things like, learning English, talking to your English audience, being able to, communicate with them, having things like that to look forward to, those types of things are things that she can look forward to and enjoy, and maybe even, use those, to her advantage. Sorry, just gonna back read a little bit. If she does something else to me, okay, we read that one. There's only so much fan support can do. It might sound cruel and harsh, but this is something MikeNeko has to figure out and fix it herself. I know. And by the way, thanks for stopping in. Why you have to be awesome? Oh, thanks for stopping in. Why you have to be awesome? And I appreciate the comments. It is harsh and cruel, but like you said, it's also reality. And at the end of the day, it is something only she can decide on. And unfortunately, it's like it's like I don't know how many of you have kids or had kids, or or plan to have kids. But that very, 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 very first time that a child touches something extremely hot, and you warn them over and over and over again, do not touch this because it's hot, and they touch it anyways, and they touch it and it's hot, and they scream out in pain, and they start crying, and they look at you, and it's like, I told you it's hot. That's why I feel. That's how I feel about her, and and you feel sorry for them, and you feel that sense of empathy towards them, and you of course you wanna you wanna run up to them and hug them, and try to comfort them and everything else like that. But at the same time, it's like, well, you are, them, burning themselves, hopefully taught them a lesson. That's how I kind of feel with her, because it's like, we have tried, people like me have tried everything we possibly can to try to, give her advice about stuff like this. So, yeah. Mickey has to figure this out, what to do. Luckily, she won't be noticed. Yeah. So yeah, just so as a side note, Piccola has been targeted for well over a year now. Just a side note. I don't know if any of you guys have been aware of that. They have been trying to the Hololive aunties have been trying to dig up dirt on her, because she made several comments about a certain other streamer that's on MikeNeko, and that certain streamer made a comment several months ago that he loved Piccola, and people just ran with it. And so now people are trying everything that they possibly can to find the connection between the two of them. And they have been doing it for over a year now. So just a heads up, they have already been targeting her for well over a year about about that guy. So if you see something about that pop up, just so you know, it has been going on for a while. Yeah, we all tried reaching out to MikeNeko, our beloved kid. She's a stubborn kitten, that's for sure. You know, so sometimes kittens are just they just want to do what they want to do. You can't tell them otherwise. But what are you gonna do, right? Ooh, I might be able to make my Can I make it? No, I need 15. Damn it. Okay, I need 15. So I need more 10. Okay. Sometimes I think me being a heartless bastard as advantage because I don't feel those emotions of pain. Sometimes you do have to kind of harden your heart at a certain point to let those people go and experience their own thing. So I think at times that is very helpful. People like me, and I think most of you guys have figured it out by now. People like me, I'm a very kind person. You guys have heard me wound up. You guys have heard me you guys have heard me, very heated. You guys have heard me very, on a roll. But you guys have never heard me actually mad or pissed off. Okay. You guys may have heard me pissed off, but not like upset, pissed off, where like I am just like steaming hot mad. Okay. I don't think any of you guys have actually heard that. And I think only one of you guys have actually seen me say something even remotely close to that. And that was in regards to Corte. And I'm not going to repeat what I typed, but it did involve him. But I'm gonna tell okay, I know a lot of you guys like older stories about me. It's not gonna be like an entire story about me, all right? But I was a very different person. 15 years ago before I had my very first back surgery, I was a very, very, very different person. If you met me back then compared to where I am now, you guys would have said, "Man, that guy back there, he's an ass," compared to the guy that you're listening to right now. Because I mean, I was a womanizer. I was a drunk. I was just every single thing in the book. And I didn't give a damn. I didn't give a damn what people thought. I still kind of don't, but I was worse back then. And one of the biggest things back then was it was very easy to piss me off. And it was very easy to provoke me. And I was extremely hateful back then. Extremely hateful. I am nowhere near as hateful as I am, as I was, to where I am now. And, if you ever hear people say, people never change, that's a complete lie. Okay? Because people can change if they choose to. And I'm living proof of that because I went from being a complete ass and not respecting women and not respecting myself, and not respecting life in general to respecting all of it. All I wanted to do was take back then. Take. What can I get out of you that's for me? That was it. If I can't get something from you, then you're worthless to me. That's how I was back then. And now, I mean, I'm subscribed to, like, uh, it's to me, I kind of I find it fascinating that I'm subscribed to more independent VTubers now than I am Hololive members because I support them and what they're trying to do, because I want to be able to give to them, to give them, even if it's just my $5, and most of the time I subscribe to as high as I can go. um if what I can give to them helps them and what they're trying to achieve, I think it's worth it. And I would rather donate $10 to an independent VTuber to try to help them to get to where they want to go than donate to somebody who has a million subscribers and probably pulls in 100 times more than what that independent person does. Nothing against anyone that's in Hololive or any of the other um you know um any of the other groups. I just think that it's the investment's different. It's worth more. I'm eating them. Oops, I didn't want to eat them. Um, but that's just me. Let's see what that makes. Good morning. Good morning, Oreo. Thank you for stopping in. What did I make? What did I make? Ooh, rare mushy berry pudding. Hey, that's actually pretty good. Nice. All right. Okay, let's make some more. Okay, and okay. We can make that, and we'll make. We got plenty of those, so let's make those, and then that was a little harvest. Um. So let's see here. So let me just catch up on chat here real quick. We tried reaching, but okay, we read that one. Um, baby steps. Yeah, people say, ignore the aunties, and I know she doesn't want to ignore them. However, in a sense, it's not exactly ignoring them, but you got to take care of what's happening in the chat versus you know not arguing with the people that are rating your chat with hate, but taking care of chat by enabling slow mode, enabling subscription only, putting those safeguards in there so people can enjoy, your stream. You have to put in your safeguards there. If you're not taking care of your fans, then you're not doing them a service, and that's what I don't get. That with Japanese streamers, why don't they take care of their fans like that? When I see so many English streamers, they take care of their fans like that. Why don't the Japanese streamers take care of their fans like that? I don't get it. I just don't get it. It makes no sense to me. I don't know. I just don't know. Yeah, having those types of I don't want to say they're calluses per se. They're more of they're more of, I don't know if you want to call them like protection mechanisms. Maybe I don't know what the correct terminology would be. To minimize those things that you feel. Um, there are definitely benefits to them, and then there's definitely downsides to them. I think people will argue on both cases. Which one's better. I mean, that's really kind of a philosophy type of argument. Um, I don't know. I would really have to think about that one personally in order to formulate an opinion. But um, I being able to think rationally without the interjection of emotion is definitely a positive point when it comes to like decision making and things like that. So I can see where that can be beneficial. Let's see. Okay, those. Whoops. Those. Um. I don't know if the result of my upbringing. Hey, you know what? Sometimes it's upbringing. Sometimes it's just genetic. So, Calvin, I wouldn't worry about it too much. You know, you are who you are, and I mean, there are ways of training your brain to think differently, but I mean, if you're comfortable the way you are, there's no way of changing it. Yeah, she seemed, to feel or sound better. But I only saw part of her stream because I had to start getting ready for an appointment I had this morning. I had a couple appointments this morning, and while I was listening to what she was saying, it sounded like, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounded like, and from the reaction of the chat, it also looked like she said something to the effect that she slept walked into her bathroom and rammed her nose into something, and she didn't know if she broke it or not. I don't know if I misunderstood what was being said, but I know like a lot of people were asking if it was broken and telling her that she should go to the hospital. Um, that could be a side effect of like medication she's taking, especially if they're making her take something like if they're making her take a sleep medication. It could very well be the sleep medication, because I know that she's been having trouble sleeping. But because I don't know if I ever told you guys. Audio, did you were you able to watch her Twitcast this morning? Or yes, was it this morning? Yeah, this morning. Um, because she talked about Genshin. I missed the first 10 minutes of it. Um, but she talked about Genshin, and then she talked about I know she talked about um being worried about streaming, and then the conversation went to something about she mentioned that she slept walked, and she hit her nose, and she woke up in the bathroom, and everyone in chat was, you know why did you sleepwalk into the bathroom? And they were talking like, I saw a lot of them were like, were you trying to find the toilet, or did you fall and hit your face in the toilet? Is your nose all right? Was it bleeding? Did you break it? You should go to the hospital and have it checked out. Does it hurt? A lot of comments like that, and she was like saying, no, I'm okay, and I'm fine. But she didn't know if she broke it. And everyone was saying, no, you need to go to the hospital to make sure if it's broke, you need to get sets and fixed. Yeah, it was just like really weird and out of nowhere. Um, I don't know if you were able to catch it this morning. Um, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I hope your midterm goes okay. Um, by the way, good morning. I'm really glad to see you. And I'm glad you made it. I've been trying to pick out a time where most everyone can reach or watch, and I'm slowly zeroing in on that perfect time. But I mean, it's not ideal for everybody, but I'm able to catch most of you guys, which I'm very happy to see. So, um, let's see. Think of it this way, Marko. We hear that you at your worst, and the streams we rather not see you in person blow up several fuses at the same time. Yeah, I yeah, you know, when I was, this is gonna make me sound really old. But when I was younger, no, well, actually, yeah, when I was younger, I was a firecracker when I was really young. When I graduated high school, I mean, I was running the streets. I was staying out all sorts of times, late at night, getting all sorts of trouble. I was in self destruction mode pretty much. Even when I moved out of my parents' house, I was basically just like especially after I turned 21. I mean, I was drinking every single night. I was drinking, smoking, just doing everything in the entire world. At one point I was running with a biker gang, you know, and I mean, considering that I'm not even white, and I was running with a biker gang, I had to earn their respect, and that in itself was an ordeal. And I mean, you just, I mean, those days were just terrible. I mean, I think back at them now, and I'm just like, why did I do that? Why did I run with those people? Because they were just awful, And now every single one of them is in jail for um, um, manufacturing and distributing meth. So that's where they are right now. So thank God I'm not running with those people anymore. They got my niece involved in meth, and now she's in jail too, which I really 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 am pissed off about them about. But even after that though, I was running with a bunch of other guys that they were much more, they were quote unquote cleaner, but they were still troublemakers, and we were still drinking, still doing drugs. But we weren't bikers, guys. We were just like the young studs of the small town that we lived in, and just like, hey, let's go hook up tonight type thing, And I was like, oh, part of me now looks back at it and thinks, man, we were just pathetic. But at the same time, the other part of me, looks back at it and says, well, it is what it is. you know, I mean, I don't know. I kind of feel ashamed of myself, at some points when I think back at those at times. But it's just like, okay, whatever, you know. Uh, uh, what was I doing back then? That's what I'm thinking right now. What was I doing back then? uh, Whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'll put you in there. Oh, I got more you in there. So let's put you in there, you in there, you in there, and put you in there. Okay, we'll put you in there along with you and you and you and you and you. Okay, I'll take some of you just for repairs. Okay, everything else looks good. Okay, oh, I can put my... that one's full. I'll put you in here. Alright. See, I'm close to 40 now. My outlook on kids still hasn't changed. Unfortunately, my mom keeps... yeah. I know that feeling of mom and dad. Where's my grandchildren? Yeah, my father always bugged me about that. He still bugs me about that. And I'm like, Dad, come on. That ain't happening. That ain't happening unless, something drastically changes. But, I don't think it's going to change. Fortunately, I can suggest for you to find someone who likes you. Independent VTubers don't have much red tape to go through compared to VTuber companies, from what I perceive. I don't have any red tape to go through. For me, the only thing I have to go through is confidentiality with managers. If other people have managers that they go through, like if they're going through a management agency, then I do have to deal with them every once in a while. But by and large, like the people I've talked to and collaborated with and stuff like that, by and large, I mostly have not had to deal with like any like actual like red tape and stuff like that. As far as like finances go, because basically all the finances come from me. Like my entire channel, I'll give you a very large perspective about my channel. Okay, since I started in January 4 months ago, I've had exactly like $8 donated to me in total in the last 4 months, and that's fine. I pay for everything in my channel. Everything that my mic, my mic stand, computer. I went out, I bought a brand new iPhone for streaming. My model I paid for my own model. If we ever hit 1,000 and and I'm able to monetize, so we can, I can open up membership. I'll likely pay for all the stamps and stuff like that, if we ever get that far. I mean, and that's fine with me. I pay for the boosting for our Discord channel, because for me, this is about like it's about making a place for you guys to come and hang out. You guys to come hang out with me. I'm providing this for you guys. I don't expect you guys to pay for me to have this channel, and I think that's the way it needs to go. Until there's that point where you guys, I get big enough to where you guys feel, hey, let's chip in, because we're making something big here. Until we get to that point, I don't expect anything. I'm not gonna beg you guys for that stuff. Once I monetize the channel, you know, then and then I'm gonna probably say, hey, if you want to help me out, you can join my membership. I'll do some plugs and stuff like that. But I'm not gonna force people into it, and I'm not gonna like a lot of people out there and constantly hammer it on to people. It'll be your choice, and that's just the way it's going to be. That I don't want you guys to feel obligated. The only thing I would do if I wanted to if I wanted to raise money for something for my channel, I would tell you guys exactly what it is, and I would tell you exactly where to donate, and that's it. I would remind you guys. I would probably put just like on in the chat. I'd probably have my bot remind chat every half hour or something like that. Hey, if you want to donate to this, you can donate here. But other than that, you're not gonna hear me. That's why I hate Twitch. I'm sorry, that's why I hate Twitch, guys. Because Twitch is all about when I watch people on Twitch, and most people I've watched are like this, but not all of them, but most people are like, thank you for joining my channel, and thank you for the follows. Thank you for the follows. I really appreciate you following me. Now, if you realize that you guys have a free Twitch sub that every month Twitch gives it to you. If you have that free sub, you can always give it to me, and you guys are actually paying for that, and you have it free in your pocket. You can give that to me right now. Even if you don't have that, it's only $5. You can help me out. You come and watch my channel every single day. If you want to help me with make more content, all you have to do is hit that subscribe button, and you can help me out, and we can continue to roll like this. I mean, we can have more content like this, and I can entertain you every single day. All you gotta do is hit that subscribe button, and it's just $5, and that's you don't even spend $5 to eat out anymore. It's cheaper to help me out, make more content for you for 5 hours than it is for you to go out and buy a meal at McDonald's. All you gotta do is pay me $5, and hit that subscribe button. Bro, come on. I mean, am I here to get entertained, or am I here to listen to an infomercial? I hate that crap. That's why I don't watch Twitch, because that's all it is. I'm like, come on. And of course, there's a lot of guys out there that are just like, they're making bank because they do that stuff. But oh God. That's why I stopped watching all the Genshin players out there, because that's all they do. I'm like, oh my gosh, come on. I'm here to watch you kick, I'm here to watch you roll for Ayako, not sit here and try to get me to spend money on you. It's like, come on, bro. Yes, exactly. When I used to, when I was a really heavy whale back in the day, and I never rolled to, Constellation 6, but I drop to the $400 sometimes, depending on the character, and I did it just to prove a point. I did it to prove a point that I could roll with less money and get further than Tectone. Because Tectone, back in the day, he was being a complete ass about every single time he rolled on somebody. And he was just completely freaking out. Oh my God, look how much money I'm spending, and I haven't gotten this far yet, And I'm like, okay, I got a video of me rolling on Ganyu. All right. I rolled 144 times, and 144 times I got 5 stars. All right. And twice I got back to back 5 stars. Out of 5 stars, I got 4 Ganyus. All right. And he's sitting here freaking out about, that he couldn't get Ganyu in the same amount of rolls. He couldn't get that far in the same amount of rolls. All right. So then I went to the weapon banner. All right. And I dropped another couple $100 on the weapon banner. Just to prove a point. He was freaking out because he didn't get the Amos bow on like 2 turns. So I dropped $200 on the for the weapon banner. I rolled Amos bow on the first try. I'm like done. And I did just to prove a point. And he is the same guy who sits there and does exactly what I just did. He's sitting there and he's like, okay, we're gonna get ready to roll for Ganyu here right now, and we're gonna get ready in 5 minutes, right? And in the meantime, if you really want to support this channel and you really want to help me out, all you gotta do is hit that subscribe button, and then you just try to drop that $5. You don't even have to worry about the $5 if you have your Twitch Prime sub. You can use that trip site. I can't even talk right now because I just want you to use that Twitch Prime sub, and then you can give that to me, and then you won't even have to pay for it because it's absolutely free. It's included with everything that comes with you with your Amazon Prime subscription, and you can give that to me for absolutely free. And I really thank you for your support, but I really need the money because I spend so much money on this game. That's exactly what he would do. I'm like, bro, you make more money, if you make bank, off of all the videos you make, you don't need to like, I just look at people like that, and I'm like, gosh, guys, come on, just it, and not all, like I said, not all of them are like that, but there's a lot of them that are. And it just drives me nuts sometimes, and that's when I just kind of have to turn Twitch off. There's only a few people on Twitch I really like, really like. One of them is Milky Queen Idol. The one that Callie knows. I love watching her, and I'm subscribed to her. And then I'm also subscribed to a couple other people that I know, on the side. One of my friends that gave me some very good advice when I was first getting into streaming. I subscribed to him on the side, so to support him. And there's like 1 or 2 others, but by and large, I don't watch Twitch a lot. The only Hololive member I support is Callie. Yeah, my list of financial support for Hololive has dwindled a lot, and it's very amazing that the one event that happened has drastically shifted my financial support of Hololive, and to me, it's actually a pretty big shame, because I used to support and have tons of membership to a lot of the ladies there. I think at one point I counted I was membership to 12 different holomem, and some of them I was like tier 2, tier 3, and you know, yeah, Yago changed my mind on that, and he changed it in a very significant way. So, but you know what? I mean, like I said before, there are plenty of ooh, more jelly. Okay, we're stepping back out. There are plenty of independent VTubers that deserve it just as much as, you know. I mean, and they they need that financial support, whereas a lot of, you know, the holomem, you know, they're you know, at least financially stable, if nothing else. So I need to step out here because I keep forgetting to upgrade my stats. Okay, so eat your vegetables when 5% food when eating plants or cooked food. Okay. Bottomless water can. 10% chance to not consume water. Well, water is free. So we're doing that one. Oh, wait a minute. I gotta do that first. Okay. I'm gonna do that. Okay. Is she? I always tell my mom to ask my sister and grandkids instead of asking me. She's still. Well, I'm not. Ooh, I missed a couple. E-begging. Yeah, that's about it. E-begging. I mean, gosh, it's just like, you know, I mean, I'm on YouTube, guys, and I keep forgetting to do the, hey, guys, if you like what you see here, please like, share, and subscribe to my channel. I would really appreciate it. Thank you for your support. I keep forgetting to do that. I mean, I don't know if that really makes a difference, but I guess it does, maybe. I don't know. You know, I feel cringe saying that, but okay. YouTube, I said it. I said the thing, YouTube. If you like what you see, please like, share, and subscribe to my channel. Thumbs up. Okay, I'm done. I'm glad you guys are helped me change my mood a bit. Because I was feeling extremely down when I first started, and I really appreciate you guys. You know, and that's why I really do enjoy streaming and having you guys here, if nothing else, because there are times where I feel like just being able to kind of open up to you guys and tell you, you know, what's going on, tell you guys what you know, what I'm feeling, what I'm going through, and helping you guys gain a perspective of, you know, how I feel. So, you know, like when you see and you hear things that what, you know, like what she's going through, you guys can understand, and have, you know, that kind of perspective, you know, in your mind. You know, even if you're not able to empathize with the you know, what she's dealing with, it's still good to have the knowledge in your mind of what she's facing. Let's see. You guys like those old stories of me from back in the day? Gosh, what was that? I was gonna tell you to tell you something, and then I completely spaced it out. It's better to feel better. Yeah, I completely agree, Beavers. I completely agree. Red, I am so glad to see you because usually you at least pop in and say something in a tweet or something, and I hadn't seen you say anything in the last few days, so I was kind of worried that maybe something happened or you got extremely busy or something like that, and I was just kind of wondering if something happened. So I'm glad to see you. Um, Gosh, I'm just trying to think. I was going to tell you guys a story, and then it slipped my mind because I went on to a different topic. What was it? Oh, um, have any of you guys ever been to an anime convention? I'm just curious. If any of you guys have been to an anime convention, yeah, just say yes in chat. I'm glad you're here too. I'm really glad you're here, Red. That can count as one. I mean, it's probably not on the scale of what I attended, but you know, um, it probably can be considered one. So I'm gonna date my Beavers. You did in 2006. Okay, perfect. So you might be able to relate a bit, but probably not as much as what I'm about to talk about because I'm really going to date myself here. Um, so I went to my first anime convention and I bought the entire collection of the original Neon Genesis Evangelion series on VHS tape, all 26 episodes. Was it 26? Yeah, it was 26. Um, yeah, uh, DVDs were not yet a thing yet. They were still a few years out from being a thing. So I bought the entire collection on VHS. This was before they localized Death and Rebirth in the United States. So that will give you an idea of just how far back I'm talking about. Um, and that was I bought that on my very first day at the convention, right? And then on the second day, um, they had this they had this this um, they had this cosplay contest, and I should really find I believe I gotta find my photo album. If I can find my photo album, I will scan the pictures and upload them to Discord. There, this was like after Final Fantasy VII came out, but before or right as Final Fantasy VIII came out. So, people were cosplaying as them and everything like that. And there was several other people that were cosplaying. Um, and for some reason, I was like walking around just taking pictures. And this like really, 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 really attractive girl that was like dressed up in like this. I don't even remember. I don't even know what she was dressed up as. She like came up to me and wrapped her arm around me, and she was like, "Hey, stud, you want to take a picture with me?" I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like only like 19 at the time. My mouth is wide open. And I'm just like gawking at her. Like, yeah. And she's all looking at me. She's like, yeah, I got you there. So I took a picture with her, and I'm sitting there just trying not to like I stare at her. And but it was really, 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 really fun. There was like there was an entire group that came as the entire cast of Dragon Ball Z, which was really, really, really cool. They all dressed up and everything like that as Dragon Ball Z. It was really cool. And there was a few other people that cosplay and stuff. But what was interesting was they rented out. This was held in Dallas, and they rented out um, part of the it was part of the um, center that was near Texas Stadium. So they had like multiple viewing rooms that held like 100 people at a time, and they were showing they were having like constant showings of various anime that were just like being released or going to be released, and they were showing entire like seasons. Some of them were like entire movies, and you could go in. You could just basically just pick any room as long as it wasn't full or at capacity. You could just like walk in and just sit there and watch it, for the price of admission, just to get in. As long as you had your badge, you could walk into any room that you could that you wanted to. Which was really, really nice, because I watched so much anime while I was there. And then there was I believe there were some girls that were dressed up as Sailor Moon, if I remember right. Gosh, I have to find those pictures, because it was a really, really fun time. I had so much fun. We ate at it is so sad, but I mean, we ate at Denny's so many times, because like it was one of the only places that we could find that was like not overly like crowded. Every other place just was like so crowded that, because of all the people that were there, from the convention. But like no one wanted to eat at Denny's, so that's where we crashed. Like every single day, we would just walk in there and eat breakfast, lunch, and supper there. It was a fun time. And the nice thing was, konnichiwa, ohayo gozaimasu. How are you? Uh, Oh yeah. Anime conventions now are like a woman's time to shine, especially if they love cosplaying. I mean, it's just it's their time, you know, and I don't mean it as a guy to gawk at them. I mean, it's because they get to be so creative. There's several women that I follow on Twitter that like they love cosplaying as everything from anime um, characters to like Genshin characters to just everything. you know, hey, thank you for stopping in. We had our serious talk. I talked to the guys here about what's going on with me, and I kind of basically I filled them in on what's going on. I have a lot of deep things that are I'm going to be facing in the next couple days. Um, I'm not sure if you're aware or not, but I lost my mother back in October, and her birthday is in 9 days, and it's gonna be very hard for me to face that day. So you know, I'm just kind of letting everyone know, and to be prepared if I'm depressed, or if I don't stream for a few days again, you know not to be overly concerned, or just kind of be understanding that, hey, I mean, this is what I'm going through right now. So if you are um you know I just want people to kind of understand what's going on. So I appreciate that you stopped in, so you can just kind of check things out. We're talking about other things now. We're just kind of talking about I'm talking about old stories, pretty much, of back when I when I was younger, and I went different stories from my childhood. But yeah, anime conventions, especially now, I feel like you know back then it was a lot of guys. There were some girls that showed up there, but by and large, um, there were a lot of quote unquote nerdy girls back then that were dressing up, and as opposed to now, where it's you know now it feels like there's more it's more mainstream, where girls feel like they're able to express themselves, and not feel like they're being judged by because they're dressing as an anime girl. you know and it's more mainstream now, and it's more culturally acceptable, which I think is great, because there's no reason for people to feel like that. I appreciate that, Oreo. I really do. You never seen anyone cosplay until you went to Akihabara a few years ago, unless Pikachu has got. Yeah, well, that kind of counts. That kind of counts. um, and I'll tell you what, I've it was really nice, because back in the day, when I just happened to become friends with an owner of a Japanese anime store where I was living. You know, and back then, the only way you got new anime was either watching Cartoon Network, or you wait for your anime store to hopefully get the newest shipment in from overseas. And then, even then, you had to hope it was either subtitled, or it was or dubbed. So he called me up, and he's like, hey, I can get us tickets to go to Acon. You want to go? It's 3 days. And I'm like, hell yeah, we'll go. And so he was able to book us hotels and everything like that for 3 days, and we all got rooms and stuff like that. And I mean, it was really weird, because, like, we went on one floor, and I kid you not, we went on one floor, right? And they the guys on one floor had um taken several rooms and like completely rearranged everything, and they had set up landlines in several rooms and opened up the doors between the two rooms, and they had set up landlines so they could play 6-on-6 in landline battles. Gosh, what was it? What, were they playing Counter-Strike? I think they were playing Counter-Strike. It was either Counter-Strike or they were playing StarCraft. It was one of the two. I can't remember now. But they had rented out the rooms, and they had gotten the hotel to take out the beds so they could bring in tables, and they cleaned out both rooms, interconnecting rooms, and they had the door open, and they had ran Ethernet cable so they could do a LAN party cable thing setup where they had six computers set up on each side, and they could do LAN battles 6 versus 6. I think it might have been StarCraft, but it was like it was so cool. But at the same time, I'm sitting there going, "You really did this?" You know? I'm like, wow. You know, I mean, I was like, hey, I mean, this looks pretty cool, but at the same time, wow. You know? I mean, you just don't walk onto a hotel floor and then walk past a random room and see that setup, you know. But it was fun. We had so much fun when we went. It was just cool. I mean, I dropped back then. I dropped $300. But I walked away with. I'm gonna lose this one. But I walked away with the entire Evangelion series. There is a series. There was a series that had two female detectives. That was a 3-part OVA series. I can't remember what it was called off the top of my head. Gunsmith Cats. And then I was obsessed with the Oh My Goddess series back then. I bought that entire series. I bought like 6 different Evangelion wall scrolls. And they had this at the time I didn't realize who it was, but they had this this woman there, and I didn't realize who it was until way later, when internet was more of a thing, and I started looking things up. They had this woman there, and she was dressed up very provocatively. I did get a picture with her, but she had a bodyguard like right there. I mean, it was like the epitome of idol, bodyguard, if those hands go anywhere where I think they're gonna go, I'm gonna kick your ass type of thing. But I did get a picture with her, and and she signed the back of my pass. She drew a picture, and it was she learned how to draw a picture of her anime representation, and then she'd sign it. And it was the voice actress of the anime character that she portrayed. I didn't even realize it until like way later. I thought she was just a random cosplayer that was there to promote the anime that she was promoting. But then after I looked at the picture that I took with her, and I looked on Anime News Network, it was the same person. And I'm like, I actually met her. And I was just like, it clicked like years later. I was like, I met her. And I was just like, my mind was just completely blown, because I mean, she was absolutely gorgeous, and she was wearing like this kind of like tiger like bikini almost outfit type thing. It was just like, it looked like kind of provocative, but at the same time it was like, not overly provocative type thing. But it was like, it was one of those things where it's kind of like, it showed off just enough to where it's like, okay, it's enough to attract the eyes, but not, not overly enough to where it's like, okay, look, I'm overly sexualized. So yeah, I didn't even realize that was her. Oh, gosh, I never even watched the series, so I don't even know what I the only reason why I knew it was her was because the face looked familiar, and then I looked up, I pulled out the picture from way back when, and I looked at it. But it was only by coincidence, because I was going through, when I watch an anime and I like it, I tend to like look at the voice actors and see who's voicing who, and then just to see if they've been in anything else I've watched or listened to. And sometimes if I recognize somebody, or if I they've done work elsewhere, I'll see what other animes they've done, and if I've watched them or whatever. But in this particular case, gosh, I'm gonna have to look back and see what exactly. I'll find that album. I have it somewhere, and I'll scan that. I'll try to scan those things and post it. But it was really cool. I really enjoyed those things. It was like, it was one of those. I mean, I could always go again. I mean, it's probably nowhere near the same as it was back then, but I mean, back then it was very, like I said, we were still swapping and buying VHS tapes back then. So, I mean, now everything's completely different. But do I prefer Asuka or Rey? You know what? I was always more of a Rey person. I did not like. I mean, I love the. Okay, I love the hairstyle of Asuka, but everything else, including her attitude, I I just I'm. She goes too much into the tundra part for me to like. She's too much tune and not enough dede. you know, at least Ray is more. I mean, she's more like, okay, she talks like this, and it's almost like listening to ASMR. I mean, at least she can like calm you down, and it's okay, Shinji-kun. Shinji-kun. It's okay. Everything will be alright now. I mean, and at least in some cases you can actually get ready to smile too, which is always nice. Uh, yeah, it was probably StarCraft. If anything, it was probably StarCraft. You know, I think I mean they it could have been Counter Strike, but I seriously doubt it. Considering that it was more of an Acon, it's an Acon, and Counter Strike isn't exactly like Acon material. Um, StarCraft would be more Acon, so that would make sense. Um, oh yeah. Back then it was also people were still like going crazy over GoldenEye 007. That four player was still killing it back then too. So now you can watch some anime for free on YouTube. Yeah, yeah. I mean, anime is so easy to come by now. It's just unreal. And it's not entirely bad. I'm I'm glad people are able to enjoy anime now, and it doesn't have such a stigma to it. If um if I had to choose anybody, in particular, um, as best girl in Evangelion, um, I would honestly I would pick Misato. I mean, I really, really, really had a crush on Misato of all of them. I just thought she was hot. you know, Misato. I mean, I was like, you know what, Shinji. If you really hate moving in with Misato so much, I'll just take your place. That we'll just switch. I'm Shinji. I'll be Shinji Kun from now on. You can go just listen to your tape in the corner somewhere. I'll pilot the Eva for you. Just don't worry about it. I got this. I mean that's how it would be. I mean, I would, if I had a chance to live with Misato, I'd be like, I'm there, dude. I mean, even when I was 14 years old, I would be like, bruh, you are living with like a hot woman who like gets drunk and just like completely lets it all just like hang out and show. I mean, as a 14-year-old boy, back then I would have been like, um, I gotta go to my bedroom now. you know? I mean, yeah. Guys, yes. Guess what? Guess what? I forgot the most important thing that I bought at that Acon, guys. Guys, I forgot the most important thing I bought at that Acon. Oh, and I still have it too. I still, after all these years, I still have it. It's not in the greatest shape anymore, but I still have it. Unfortunately, I mean, my cats claimed it, but I mean, all they do is snuggle up next to it. Guys, I got an actual Pin doll, a Pin plushie from Acon. I got a Pimpin plushie. It's so cool. It is so cool. Uh, I'll take a picture of that later. I got a Pimpin plushie from Akon back then. It is so cool. It is so awesome. I was like, yo, I as soon as I saw those, I was like, I gotta get me one of these. So I got a Pimpin plushie. Um, Back then, what the one of the first anime I ever watched back then was an anime called Tenchi Muyo. I don't know if any of you guys heard of it or not, but in Tenchi Muyo they had a little it was called a cabot. It was a mix between a cat and a rabbit, and her name was Ryo-Oki, and they had a plush animal of that too, and so I bought one of those. I got one for my I got one of those. So I had a plush of Ryo-Oki, and I had a plush of Pin Pin, and yeah, Ryo-Oki, yeah. So I had a plush of both of those, and that reminds me, um I bought the entire first season, OVA season of that too while I was there. The second part of the OVA season, at the time, was not coming to America, and they were not because they couldn't find a publisher in America to publish it. So people were like really bummed, and people were just like scouring the entire Acon, looking for anybody who might have gotten the Japanese VHS tapes, and just brought them over, undubbed and unsubbed and everything else like that. And of course we couldn't find them at the time. And later on they ended up subtitling them and sending them over after anime exploded over here. But back then we were just completely bummed because it stopped after I think episode 15. I want to say. See, I went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, it stopped. I think after episode, I think maybe 18. Yeah, Tenchi Muyo was lit. That was like one of like the first animes I had ever seen in my entire life when I was younger. And after I saw that, I was like entirely hooked, because I saw Tenchi Muyo before I discovered Dragon Ball. Okay, because like back then where I lived, Dragon Ball hadn't yet back then I didn't even have cable until like my sophomore year in high school. And then we didn't have Cartoon Network in my area until after I graduated high school. So by that time, I was kind of behind the curve on that, but we basically passed around anime on VHS tapes. And Tenchi Muyo was one of the very first animes that like I had ever seen. So Tenchi Muyo was like just completely like off the hook for me. I was like, I was just like completely hooked on that. The OVAs, the TV adaptation, the TV show, wasn't too bad, but I liked the OVAs a lot better. It had a lot more personality back then, with the OVAs, but yeah. I really enjoyed that. The pirate and the princess dynamic was always yeah. Ryoko and Aika were always just going at it with each other, And then it was really funny when what's her name, the Galaxy Police girl, like every once in a while they would like think that she was like going after Tenchi, and it's like, she was too ditzy to even realize, what they were trying to insinuate. And she's like, what are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. And meanwhile she's like just hugging Tenchi with, and they're like, let go of him. I mean, it was just fun. But I'm a galaxy police officer, and if you're gonna assault this citizen of Earth, I'm gonna have to arrest you on charges. And they're like, yeah, you and what ship are you gonna take me back? And it's like, well, that's besides the point. Oh, I gotta rewatch that now that I'm talking about it. I have missed that show so much. I haven't watched it in a long time. I'm glad I talked about it, 'cause now I have to rewatch it. That show brought me back so many happy memories. I mean, it was just so fun to watch it because I mean, back then, there wasn't, for me, there wasn't much to watch. We only, back then, we only had 5 channels before, cable like really really like took off in my area. And then we, satellite wasn't even, I mean, satellite was still super expensive back then. And you had to have room for them big ass dishes back then. So I mean, that was a no-go. So just, being able to finally get something like the Cartoon Network was, a godsend. And then I started being able to watch, Dragon Ball. I started being able to watch Ranma One Half, things like that. Doraemon, yeah, that was another one that I watched. That was pretty good too. Yo-Yo Hakusho. Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo. Why does that sound familiar? Does that go by a different name? Oh, that goes by Yu Yu. Yeah, Yu Yu Hakusho. Yeah, that has 4 seasons. Yeah. I remember seeing that. But yeah, yeah, yeah. Yu Yu. Yeah, yeah. I remember watching that, but I mean, I don't. I remember the characters. I never really got into it for some reason. I don't remember why. I did watch Samurai X. I did watch Blood Plus. I watched both of those. I've seen both of those. Yeah, cable back then was considered a privilege. Yeah, it was. You had Card Capture Sakura. Yes, I have. I've seen that. Let's see. I just wanna. Um, I haven't listened to that in a while. Captured Tokomo. I'll have to. look up some of her videos later and listen. That you're probably right. I I don't remember what she sounds like, but you're probably right. I'll look up her videos a little later and see and listen. Oh yeah, yeah. Slayers. Yeah. I have um I have Slayers. Slayers next. What else? Let's see here. Yeah, Slayers was one of the biggest things that that was one of the big series that I hadn't watched. I had that I had watched back then. I hadn't um uh that's it also introduced me to anime. Um let's see here. Yeah, there was um yeah, Slayers Evolution R, Slayers Next, Slayers Revolution, Slayers Try. Yeah. And then there's Book of Spells and then movies. Um, I have all those. Um, I also rip them. So well, I ripped some of them. I didn't rip all of them. I got some of them. I obtained some of them. You know what we should do? We you know um we should really have like a viewing party at some point on Discord. You know, just we should just like pick an anime and like plan a time and just kind of like have a viewing party. Just like what? I mean, I got plenty of anime that we could watch. You know, and then of course there's always like I got a Crunchyroll account and then all those other things too. So um, I wouldn't mind having like a viewing party doing that. Because I mean, there's also a lot of anime like for this season I haven't watched yet either, and um, I am for like I haven't watched anything from this season or 2020. So I mean, there's plenty of stuff that I wouldn't mind watching. Uh, okay, what do we got here? Ghost Sweeper Makami. I don't think I've ever seen that. Gundam has there's yeah there's so many iterations of Gundam. I gave up. I literally just gave up on Gundam because I could just being a newbie back then when I was trying to get into Gundam. I was like, I have no idea where to start, and people are like, yeah, well, this is part of the canon. This is the offshoot. This is the offshoot of the canon. This is blah 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 blah. And I'm like, you know what? No, I'm just, yeah, I'm moving on. you know, I'm giving up. I don't even want to try. If it's gonna be this complicated with trying to figure out, which part of the story I'm just trying to jump into, no thanks. Yeah, Gundam. Gundam's like explore expanded universe is worse than like the Marvel's expanded universe. I mean, it's just there's just too much of it. I mean, where do you begin? You know, where do you begin and how, how are you supposed to keep up with it when there's just so much of it and you're trying to figure out, you know, where where the canon lies with everything so you can keep everything straight. I mean, I gave up way back when. I mean, I could only venture to guess how messed up it is now. I mean, are you talking like 80s Gundam or like I mean, how far back are you talking? Oop. Almost so Gundam look like Speed Racer. You know, I think anime all went through that phase of all looking the same back then, where everything kind of had that same kind of generic look because it was just like the style of the time. It's like they all had that kind of like weird whoop-de-doo type of haircut look, and the front for their bangs. The 80 Gundam related to the Universal Century timeline. Oh. By the way, welcome to the stream. I think. Oh, you did comment up there. Okay. Did you say hi? Kuro, I'm sorry if I missed you. You did talk earlier. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I missed you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am sorry that I missed you. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping in. I'm glad you're here to help the other people keep the timeline straight because you know what? There is so much with Gundam that I mean I'm old and I can't even keep it straight because I am so lost with I mean I built a couple of Gundam back in the day when I was younger, but even then I didn't even really know what I was building. All I knew is I was building a model of a mech because I couldn't even keep it straight when I was younger. So welcome. Thank you for pitching in. I'm really glad to see that that you're helping in with the conversation because the teamwork is what really helps with getting this stuff all figured out. Especially when it comes to the older stuff and getting timelines all situated. Oh, wait a minute. Am I back in the, I'm back in that. I think I entered in one of the ancient um, ruins again, didn't I? No, this is a stone place. I think I finally found where I needed to get to. Please tell me I can break these walls. Please, 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 please. No, I can't break these walls yet. Oh, I can. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I need to break these walls. Whoa, is that a big one? Oh, okay, that's not a big one. Okay, um, I need these. I need this area. I need to find iron so I can iron in 10. Come on, I need to find iron in 10. Please. Okay, that looked good. That looked good. That looked good. Oh, finally, finally, finally. I finally found where I needed to be. How much should I get? How much should I get? Stonewall, perfect. Iron, yes, iron. Okay, perfect. Okay, 10, yes. Okay, we're good. Okay, I need to find more. I need to find more. Die. Okay. Uh, 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 uh. Zoids! I remember Zoids. I remember watching Zoids. Oh gosh, my childhood's coming back. I remember when my family was too poor to buy um, Transformers, so they bought me GoBots instead, and all the kids made fun of me. That was embarrassing. The first Zoids were awesome. Yeah. And then it kind of got ruined after that, unfortunately. I need to find more. More. I need more iron. Okay. Let's see if I can. People make fun of kids from, you know, and of course they make fun of their parents that were, um, from the 80s and stuff like that. But, there was just a lot of cool stuff that came from that era that is just now starting to get recycled back into the current generation that they just don't understand, or they're not paying attention to that. Hey, this came from your parents' generation, and there's a lot of stuff that's just coming from there that it's making its way back around. Some of it is taking root. Some of it isn't. But one way or the other, it does come back around. Okay, I am back into regular dirt, aren't I? Yes, I am. Dirt and sand. That's not where I want to be. Okay, I gotta go back up. I gotta go back up here. How much stuff do I got? Okay. Workbench. Build a chest. Okay. And put all the worthless stuff in here that probably I won't need anyways for right now. Put the whole piece of the wall in there. Spoon. Wall. Wood. Wall. Broken. Okay. Root seed. Don't need that. Okay. Alright. Let's see if I can get hammer in it. Can I break this with break that with a wood, are you? Okay. Go with iron or copper. Your friend was traumatized from Fist of the North Star when his bro forced him to watch at age 5. Why? What was he traumatized about? Oh, I suppose. Yeah. I could see that. Yeah. Fist of the North Star. I could. Yeah, at least it wasn't Corpse Party. I mean, that would have really messed them up. Yeah, and the bad thing was, the Corpse Party, um, the Corpse Party anime adaptation is like the Corpse Party anime adaptation and the game adaptation and the manga. They all have variations to them that take different liberties at different points, and a lot of people don't like um, the anime, and I think it's because of just the way a lot of people don't like it because of the way that it was produced. I personally didn't mind it. Um, I saw the anime first. Then I saw the live action, and then after that, I watched. And I played through all the games. Um, Personally, I enjoyed the games the most. Um, I think that the first game was good. I played the original vanilla first game, not the remake that recently came out. Um, I really should play the remake. I should really buy that and play it. But I watched Pam from Play Asia play it, and it looked really good. It looked more faithful to the anime than the original vanilla version of it. But um, I mean, it is pretty brutal, but I think that the story's intriguing. To me, it was intriguing. Well, anime now, it really depends because the broadcast anime, unless unless it's on something like ATX, um they have the very strict censored guidelines for broadcasting. But once you get past the broadcasting restrictions and like it's either replayed or on Blu-ray or something like that, then you lose those restrictions, um, and then you start getting the more brutal stuff that ends up coming in. Um, back in the 80s, and even like the 70s, the censorship wasn't nearly as bad, or nearly as strict. And in fact, I mean, if you look back into the 70s and 80s, you even had those hints of everything from, I mean, you could there were like, let's see, what's a good example. One of my friends was like really into that, oh, what was it called? uh uh okay. So one of my friends, his father had, and this, I'm talking like way back when I was younger, in like middle school. His father was like, quote unquote rich. So back then, if you were like ultra rich, you could afford what was called a laser disc player. It was like the predecessor to the DVD, but like it was like laser discs were like the size of like literal records back then. But they actually played in like 480p. Ooh. and you really could only like get like the really uh rare anime through laserdisc. And he was like obsessed with, um he was obsessed with hentai back then, hentai anime. And he really liked that, U- Urosuki Doji, the Legend of the Overfiend. Yeah, the huge CDs. Yeah. And he was really obsessed with that series. And there were like, according to him, there were like two or three different releases of it. There was like a release of it that was like semi censored, and then there was like a uncensored version, and then there was like a director's cut of it or something to that. And yeah, those things are like literally priceless right now because they're just so, they're extremely rare, you know. But I mean, I'm talking like I sat through like the first, oh, what was it? I sat through, I guess you would call it the first OVA, I guess. Uh, I don't know. Yeah, and I'm talking like tentacles, like, going into orifices and stuff like that. And I mean, completely like uncensored, like bad, like, wow. And then killing and like ripping people apart and stuff like that. you know I mean, you like literally got that far in that stuff back in the day. But I mean, those were like high production even for that genre of anime, even though it's classified as hentai. um yeah, it was like Blue Girl, but like worse. And what I mean by worse is like the scenes were like even more graphic. But I mean, the production of it was extremely like vivid, even for like hand drawings back then. You know, But that's the other thing too, is that all these cells back then, back in the 80s and even into the 90s, and up to the early 2000s, they're still all hand drawn, and once you get into the 2000s, that's when they start transitioning over. So that the hand drawn cells itself, it really lends to the capabilities of and the limitations of how graphic they could get. Whereas now, like you guys were saying, um, a lot of stuff can appear more graphic now, but I mean, I think there's a very big difference between like just the straight up brutality of what, like if you're watching like a horror movie or a horror anime that has this like blood squirting out. Like I'm gonna take like Blood Sea for example. The kind of like offshoot retelling of Blood Plus, where Saya like decapitates one of the uh, elder things, and she cuts off their head, and like just blood squirting all over the place. I mean, if you were to take that scene and then hand draw it, it wouldn't be nearly as graphic, you know. But I mean, you could actually like see like the blood just trickling down her face, whereas hand drawing, I mean, just trying to get that level of detail into those cells. Even if you're doing the 3-step cell process that they used back then, of skipping every 3 cells for the animation, you still couldn't get that kind of level of detail, because number one, you're skipping cells, and then number two, you're also limited by trying to do everything by hand. Yeah, DVDs did kind of die when torrents came out, but what one of the good things about DVDs, and why I still try to pick up DVDs when I can, and it's a lot harder now to pick up DVDs, is there is so many bonuses and stuff like that on DVDs that a lot of torrents just they don't bother catching. All the bonuses, all the extras and stuff like that, things that I mean, there's stuff in there that just um they don't bother ripping, if they actually ISO'd the entire DVD instead of just ripping off the actual episodes. It'd be a lot nicer. But DVDs are still around, but I mean it, they're not nearly as. I mean, my father, he still buys a lot of DVDs, um, but they're not. DVD sales are like remarkably a lot lower because everything is streamed now. Once things come out, especially with publishers now, it's so much easier for them to stream it and just charge people membership fees for their streaming service. I mean, they can get their money off of streaming services and monthly payments versus making you skipping 4 or 5 months between movies that came out because their publishing house isn't releasing the movie that you want to see. I still wait a minute. I need to go back up. Um, I have not. I have not completely fallen into the trap of. Ooh, I broke that one. Of wanting to get a 4K TV or monitor yet. But actually, what I was thinking, and this was kind of interesting, I was actually thinking about when I was, um, I had a doctor's appointment today, just a routine follow up, and while I was driving to it, I was thinking to myself, um, you know, uh, you got who's leaving? Hey, oh, why do you have to be awesome? Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate that you stopped by and talked with us. If you if you know, and I'm just putting it out there, if you aren't a subscriber to the channel, I do hope you do stop by sometime in the future. We would all appreciate you stopping back and chatting with us. Okay, so thank you so much for stopping by. Um, one thing I was thinking about um, when I was driving to my appointment was, you know, I actually bought when I bought my new iPhone for streaming. One of the things that I was talking to the guy about was I was originally gonna buy my iPhone just straight out and just say here I'm just give me my phone, here's the money for it. But when I was talking to him, um, you know, we were talking about, okay, you can you can finance it out, etc., etc., etc. And what I found interesting was, you know, when you finance your phone out, you can still pay it off in a certain amount of time if you set up the payments for a certain amount, and they still charge you no interest. So it's basically like a loan, right? And it's like a loan with no interest. So I started thinking to myself, okay, well, I got this phone with no interest, and I got that through a loan. I was going to originally spend actual cash to buy the phone, which I now don't have to spend, which I didn't spend, which means I can either spend that money to pay off a loan that has no interest, or I can take that I can take that money and apply that to, like, say like a new computer, and then since I'm ooh I got a new seed, and since I'm applying that to a new computer, that money that money that I would spend on the phone would basically translate over to the loan, which would be the loan, the payment of my phone. So basically, the loan for my phone would translate to the loan for my computer, which would be a loan for my computer with no interest. You see what I'm saying? So basically, I would if I really want to, I could just take that money and use it for getting getting a new computer if I really wanted to. Get a new computer, try to get one of the newer video cards. Maybe be able to finally play Elden Ring on a computer. Because otherwise I'll end up buying it. Just end up buying it on PS4, which I really kind of don't want to, but I really don't have any desire to spend money on a PS5 right now, because there's just not enough on a PS5 that I really want to buy. There's just nothing there that says you gotta buy this now. Maybe in like a year or two, but not now. Wood shovel. So basically, nothing worth taking with me. I'll take the spoons. Oh, that's just me. What is that? Rock hard vegetable that can toughen you up. Ah, okay. I got a seed for that, didn't I? I didn't get a seed. I thought I got a seed for that. Oh well. Okay. Let's see. Head back home. Head back home. Head back home. Squash. 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 After learning, Sony put a time bomb on PS4. Yeah, time bomb. What do you mean a time bomb? Oh yeah, Sony has done that for a while. Um, that goes all the way back to the PS1. So the very first generation of the PS1, okay, um, the very first generation of the PS1, um, they were designed to fail after. Let's see here. It was they were designed to fail within 5 years. Um, and the design flaw within the basically what it was is there was a design flaw within the actual build of the original PS1, and it all revolved around one single. Literally it was like a rubber band. It was basically it was a um it was one singular rubber connector pulley that connected it connected two of the mechanisms together that spun your disc. And because that particular rubber pulley belt wasn't designed to withstand more than 5 years worth of spinning, it just started giving out, and it couldn't spin the discs fast enough. So it would constantly start restarting and stopping and restarting and stopping and so on and so forth. So, and it would give out in approximately like 5 years. And no one figured it out until like they released the second generation of the PSX, and they took it apart, and then they started comparing the parts, and they realized after they start comparing the parts that they in the PSX version they switched that part out with a reinforced version of it. And once they started switching out those in the older versions of it, everything worked fine. But see, the thing of it is those older versions of it, like most of us, by the time the PSX actually came out, most of the people like me, I mean, we had ours modded, so we were just like, that. So, but back in the day, um, and I'm not sure how many of you guys remember or ever lived through the era of renting PlayStation 1 games. from like Blockbuster and stuff like that. Back when I was your age now. um, but like back then when I was um oh yeah, the good old mod chip era. Back then, I had mine modded, and I basically, I mean, our motto was rent, burn, return. That was our model back then. We literally did, we rented the game, we burned it, then we returned it. That was our motto. That's all we did was rent, burn, and return. And I had an entire collection of PlayStation games because of that, and it was, I had all the major hits. I had, Metal Gear Solid when it came out. I had Final Fantasy 7 came out, Final Fantasy 8, 9. I had all the top games when they came out. And we just ran them and burned them and returned them. We were just like we were bad back then, but hey, it was either spend $60, try to spend $60 on a brand new game, or you spent like drop like $7 to rent it for 5 days, and then you like burned it for, and then you burned a copy for like all your friends that had a mod chip, and just passed it out, and charged like $3 each to each person, and you made your money back. But that's basically what we did. You know, we, uh, I know that's kind of a bad thing to do, but that's how we did it. That's how we rolled back then. We didn't have any shame either. We did that, and we were proud of it. You know. Let's see. That's 4. That's 9. Let's see what this makes. Oh yeah. What we did is we would rent a game. We would rent a game, all right, and then we would either all chip in, like $3-4 to rent the game, and we'd all then we burn a copy for all of us, and then we return the game, or what we do is we'd burn the game, and then like if other people wanted it or wanted a copy of it, then we burn it and then charge them like $3 for it. And $3 ain't nothing. People are like, oh sure, yeah, I'll give you $3 for that. And you're basically making money for $3 for a burned game. You're just you know I mean you're not like ripping people off or anything like that. And oh man, Super Famicom was just my jam back in the day. I I picked up I tried to play a couple Super Famicom games now compared to like how they were back then, and I just realized how bad my reflexes have gotten compared to like for retro games compared to back then. And I look at those now, and I just have to give Corone some major ups for being able to play retro games the way she does, because just wow. I mean, considering that the you deal with so many different things with retro games, like frame rate, and everything else, it's just like wow. You know, let's see. Oops. Where are you? Let's see. 10. I only got 10. Darn it. Okay, I got 9 of iron. Can I make anything with iron yet? No. Maybe I don't. Everything's all copper. Okay. Yeah, they're very good. You know, and a lot of the hollow gamers are very I'm impressed. They constantly the hollow gamers impress me a lot with their retro game skills. And that is something I will always applaud is their retro game skills because they just completely knock it out of the park with just how um you know I watched Corone play Rock Band 2, and I always die on that dragon. I can never get past the dragon. And it's always, because you have to jump on those 3 blocks and try to kill it. And I can never stay on the 3 blocks. For some reason, I just can never concentrate hard enough or long enough to stay on the 3 blocks to kill it. I always die. I just never can make it. And she does it just so effortlessly. First couple of times she messed up and she died because she got hit by the dragon. But the rest of the time she did it so effortlessly, and I'm just like, wow, that's just crazy. And it's like crazy good crazy. So I will always give her like high praise for that. See, I never had a Sega Genesis, and it kind of bummed me that I never had a Sega Genesis. Yeah, I mean the most of the Sega stuff that I've played, unfortunately, were all emulated. Come on, let me repair. Um, and it's not necessarily a bad thing that what I played is emulated. But at the same time, um, you know, I mean, it was either one or the other. I had to choose between Sega or Super Nintendo back then, and most of the games I wanted to play were on Super Nintendo or Nintendo at the time, and Super Nintendo. Because basically, I got Nintendo for Mike Tyson's Punch Out because I was like super hooked on that game, and I like really excessively trained and played that game over and over and over again until I could get to Mike Tyson on like the first try without ever getting knocked down. And it was I mean you're talking about like training arc like type material. I mean that was like my training arc type material. But yeah, that was basically like what I did was I mean I played that game until like I was sick of it. But even then I kept playing it because I really enjoyed Mike Tyson's Punch Out. Let's see here. Grab some more bridges. Okay, food. Okay, and then we'll put you back. I really should try. I really should try Sonic again now that I'm an adult, because I think part of the reason why I didn't like Sonic back then was probably because of my, you know, my way of thinking when I was a child. But maybe I'm like overthinking it. But ooh, I got put that in stone. Ooh, okay. Did I put stone? Sega Dreamcast was awesome. I had a Sega Dreamcast, and I really enjoyed it. I was sad to see it go. I didn't realize that Sega Dreamcast. If I knew that Sega Dreamcast had that unfortunate issue of um, you know being able to play burned games simply by um, uh, putting using your Game Shark. I that yeah, I would have I would have immediately had done that. But um does that have to be in, I guess, oh, that I guess it has to be in ground, maybe. I guess it doesn't have to be in stone. Okay, that was a waste. Apparently that has to be in stone. Okay, whatever. Ah, wood. That's why. But yeah, I had I bought a Dreamcast when it released, and I absolutely loved it. I was very sad to see the Dreamcast die out. I had high hopes for it. I mean, back when I moved out, and I moved to where I moved, um, I moved into a rather remote location back when I first moved out, and so all we had, well, I mean, well, back then, broadband was just starting to become a thing. It hadn't really become a thing yet, and so dial up was still pretty much the norm, and so having dial up on my Dreamcast was a huge thing for me, because I hadn't bought a computer yet, but still being able to access the internet via with my Dreamcast was life saving for me, because I that was the only way I can get onto the internet back then. Until I was able to get my first computer. Let's see, how do I get back up there? Did anyone watch that Sonic 2 movie? Um, I, I mean, I heard that the first movie wasn't very good, so I didn't bother going out to see it, and I completely forgot about going to watch it. Um, so that I'm hoping the second one was at least better, maybe. Oh, that's good. I'd hate, I mean, you take one misstep, and I mean, one misstep okay, fine. You made a mistake, or you made some missteps and blunders. Okay, fix it for the sequel, you know, But if you make the same mistakes, or if you fix one mistake and then you make a whole mess full of other mistakes, then it's probably time to give up. So, you know, being able to say that they, made a good movie is reassuring. Okay, so I need to go back north. Okay. Doctor Strange. Who is starring in Doctor Strange? I can never keep up with the multiverse. That's good. As long as he has a cool complexion, that's good. If he looks cool and he's likable, that's a plus. Benedict Cumberbatch. Okay. Benedict Cumberbatch. That's an interesting name. He apparently posed for the cover of Vanity Fair. He is an English actor known for his roles on the screen and stage. Has received various accolades throughout his career, including the British Academy Television Award, Primetime Emmy Award, Critics' Choice Television Award, and the Lawrence Olivier Award. He is married to Sophie Hunter. He definitely looks like he would play the role very well based on his look. I'd have to watch. Oh, oh yeah, his voice is perfect for it. Perfect, definitely. I think I've seen a couple of uh, various things that about Jim Carrey while he was playing Dr. Robotnik. I mean, and he really seemed to get into the part. I mean, he didn't seem to really, like, okay, I'm playing this part, and I just want to get this done and over with so we can like move on. I mean, he really seemed to, character dive into the part and want to, engross himself as Dr. Robotnik. Yeah, he can get a little like dramatic at times, but I mean, in a way, there isn't really. It's really hard to say that, you know, Dr. Robotnik, I mean, how are you supposed to inject character into Dr. Robotnik in the first place? I mean, from the first like what two, maybe three games, how much character building did those games really do for him in the first place? I don't think the first two or three games built Dr. Robotnik's character in any idea in any way, shape, or form. Other than he was like capturing animals and putting them in cages and trying to kidnap them and yada yada yada. I think more people were complaining about Sonic going into the real world than and his eyes versus like Robotnik, or they just were crapping on Robotnik because they were crapping on Sonic, and it was something else for him to complain about. That's just me. I don't know. Come on, I need more tin and iron ore. Come on, baby. Aha, iron. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. What baby? I So is Keanu going to play Shadow the Hedgehog and then like walk up to the screen and go, "Wake up, samurai! We got a city to burn." I'm sorry, that's the only thing I'm ever gonna remember Keanu from after Cyberpunk 27. So, which by the way I do own and I'm considering on playing because they supposedly updated it, so it's supposedly better now. So I'm thinking about it. Quiet. I could just see him playing Shadow. He walks up to Sonic and he's like, "Wake up, Sonic! We got a city to burn." uh... Oh, this is taking forever. Come on, you can do it. Go, 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 go. Do I have any food that can help me mine? Mine. Ooh, mine. Mine food. Okay, mine food. Mine food. Okay. I heard some very, very bad things about the actor that played Mobius. Unfortunately, I mean, like he's like method acting. He's like a true method actor. Um, why am I seeing red eyes over there in the corner? I don't. That's not a good sign. Why am I seeing red eyes in the corner? You? Yes, I'm looking at you. Why are you existing over here? Do you should not exist here? Why do I see your eyes? I shouldn't be seeing your eyes from this far away. Go away. You. Go away. Be gone. Go. Shoo. Shoo. Go. I don't like you. I can't even see you, but I don't like you. I know you're gonna kill me if I get too close. I think he's gonna bonk me, like that Ghost and Phasmo bonked me. Yeah, he has dry red eye. He probably needs some like Claritin eye drops or something. Let's go. I'm gonna go take a peek, but I'm gonna try not to get too close. Cause I just know if I get too close, he's probably gonna bonk me. I'm kind of like scared to get too close. There, you better be afraid of fire. Fire. I got fire. You better be afraid of fire. Look, I got fire. What the hell is that? Look, I got lots of fire. And you're just an insect thing. Hey, don't you swing at me. Shit. Don't you swing at me. Bad boy. Bad. See, you would have been okay if you wouldn't have swung at me. That's what you get. That was all self-defense. You guys saw that. I didn't build the bridge over there. I was going to leave him alone. I didn't build the bridge there. You guys saw that. I didn't build the bridge. He swung at me. I had to defend myself. I didn't build the bridge. Yeah, I had the high ground. It's over, Anakin. I got the high ground. Oh, and I had look. I warned him 4 times that I had lots of fire. I warned him. I tried to warn him. I said I got Claritin, but you swing at me, you ain't getting no Claritin. But he swung at me, so he didn't get no Claritin. Just came in. What's this about the high ground? Hey, Clark, how's it going? This is kind of like a Pixel 2.5D version of kind of like Minecraft. Only the main difference is you're like thrust into like this cave type of dwelling that has biodomes instead, and you're forced to like try to reactivate this core. And so you end up going through like kind of like generations between like wood, and then you go from wood to copper, copper to tin, tin to iron, iron, so on and so forth. And I just found a new enemy that I've never seen before, so I went over to explore him, right? And I left a gap between like this, because I just was curious to see what kind of enemy it was, and he started swinging at me, so I started swinging back. He just kept swinging at me, so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna kill you. You're not gonna kill me. I'm gonna kill you first. I have tried Terra. I have tried Terra. And that one's fun too. But I really enjoyed this. I'm really enjoying this too. I have found like this very huge. Yeah, I cheesed them bad. I'm sorry. I didn't want to cheese him, but he kept trying to kill me, so I'm like, okay, that's it. You're dead, bro. Let me finish getting my iron and tin, because let me show you like one of the big there's two big bosses I found, and I'm nowhere near strong enough to kill them yet. And one of them, like, so there's like this huge, very huge slime boss. I mean, he's like gigantic, and he can, when he jumps, he literally tears down any of the walls that are made out of dirt or sand. I mean, that's how strong he is. He can literally like just rampage through, but he only has a certain radius that he travels, and then he stays basically within its layer. And then I found this other like humongous bug that travels like in a circle, and I mean, this thing is just huge, and I'm just like, there's just no way I can take that right now. And all the info I've seen, they say that you need to have. I mean, I have to progress beyond the Copper Age before I can take him on. Um, which I'm getting close. But and then there's also a couple there's at least I think three bosses, and one in each ancient temple or ancient ruin area. I think there's at least one or one to three bosses in those areas too. So it's interesting. They've had some very unique dynamics into the game, and it's only in early access. And as you can see, they're only on 0.37. So, there's going to be a multitude of additions and changes to it before it becomes a proper release. And quite frankly, I think that the way that they're doing it right now is probably one of the best things. You guys see that? Did you guys see that? My entire screen just shook. You guys saw that, right? Something's nearby. How close am I to that? Ooh, I am super close. I am super close. Okay, yeah, this area here has one of the big bosses. I'll go over there right now. Hang on. I can just tunnel there, I suppose. Yeah, I'll just tunnel there because I want to grab that anyways. Yeah. I've tried Terra. I have well, I don't have Rim World. I've seen Rim World, and that looked pretty cool too. I do have Frostpunk. I have that game. I haven't tried that yet. I do want to try Frostpunk. I watched Crony um play that before, and she was very evil when she played it. So I sense that will be pretty fun to play. Her dominatrix persona came out during that stream, which was very interesting. Uh, so, yeah. Okay. I can't take those yet, and I gotta make. Okay, so we're just gonna take a peek at it. We are not going to attack it because it will squash me in like one hit. But watch. See all this slime? It like generates all this slime. I'm just gonna like, oops, I don't want that. And it makes a big circle. Come on, big boy, where are you? And basically, what it does is it makes a humongous circle. So it might take a minute for it to make its complete lap. But it's a huge... I mean, it almost looks like a grub. Come on, where are you? Ooh. Wait a minute. This whole thing is its path. Oh, here it comes, here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. Yeah, mate! It's a big, that was pretty big. Yeah, I'm glad I ran out. Yeah, that be a big boss. Yeah. It looks like a maggot. Yeah. That's the big boy. Yeah, very nice. Hey, Untamed, how's it going? Yeah, that'd be a big boy, isn't it? Yeah, there ain't no way I could take that thing on. Yeah. Yeah, that's a big boy, right? And let's see here. The other one, and a matter of fact, who did I see? Ooh, talent. Who did I see? Um, I was watching them play earlier today. One of the Hollow Girls was playing Core Keeper earlier, and she managed to kill the boss. I'm going to after spiky after upgrading all of her stuff to iron. So once I get to iron, get all my stuff upgraded to iron, I should be okay to at least attempt it. Let's see, where are you? Map. See the one's over there. Okay, so that one is over there. Okay, so this one is this way. So this is more spiky. If you listen, here's the other big boy. Ooh, spiky. Let's see if I can. Oh. Ow. Okay, so I believe I'm actually gonna test something out here. Since I'm doing this. So I want to see, can this guy I want to see if this guy can actually crash through stone, because he can crash through all this, and I'm gonna try to make him crash through all of it, but I want to see if he can crash through stone. Let's see. Okay, let me see if I can piss him off. Oh. Pissed him off. Whoa. Oh. Oh, I really pissed him off. Come back here, you. Damn it. Well, he didn't hurt me that much, but yeah, mate. I wonder if his health like stays down. Let's find out. Ow! Yeah, mate. Ah! Gotta aim the right way. Come on, Marko, you can aim the right way. Ow. 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 Stupid slime. Ah! Yeah! Yeah, mate! Yeah, mate! Yeah, mate! Yeah, mate! Okay, I'm out. Oh my god. Well, I don't have to mine that area anymore to clear it out. Maybe I should come back with a slingshot or something, or with the ranged weapon to make this easier. Yeah, a ranged weapon would definitely be easier. Oh, that was funny. That was great. Ow. Ow. Come on. There. Alright. That was great. Okay, that's enough fun. I do have a slingshot, but that's the only weapon I have, ranged weapon I have right now, and I really need, I really need more tin in order to, properly maintain it, because right now I only have, um, I need to repair it. It only has half of its durability. Yeah, no more tight spaces. Yeah, exactly. No more tight spaces, and plenty of room to maneuver, and plenty of line of sight. Yeah, definitely. Where am I? Oh, I need to go back up. Okay, up, 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 up. Yeah, the regular slimes are passive creatures by nature unless you attack them. The ones with spikes are the ones that are typically more violent. They're the aggressive ones. If you attack, if you get within their attack range, they'll attack you. Um, which is fine, you know. But it's always, for me, I always like attacking the slimes because the more you attack them, the more vitality points you get, and then you can add that to your stats, your skills, vitality here. Uh, for every point you get, you add to your overall max health. And then, yeah, you actually have a stat tree here, which is also a lot, very nice compared to like if you were to do Minecraft. Next is, you can either go down here for strong and healthy, percentile for max health, or percentile damage at low health. Yeah, and then there's other perks to that too. Like for me, and I know it's low right now because I haven't really been doing a lot of fishing, but I started off as a fisherman by default, because basically you can start off as either like a fisherman, a miner, a cook, an explorer, and there's a couple other ones, a gardener, those types of things, and it'll add automatic bonuses to certain ones, or automatic points. But for me, fishing was the automatic choice for me because it automatically gives you a fishing rod, which all you have to do is maintain it with wood, and then you can automatically fish up fish, which you can cook. So you're automatically leveling up your fishing plus your cooking. So that basically goes hand in hand right there. Plus, as you've seen, I've gardening and picking up mushrooms and everything else. I've had plenty of food to go with. So that's automatically helped me with just staying alive to keep my food up and my health up. Wood's easy to come by too, so it's easy to maintain your rod. I got 259 here just in my inventory. Walking around and running is basically giving me all sorts of points for movement speed. I'm at 38 health mining, and I'm not even a miner, so you know, it's definitely an interesting game. I found all these things just exploring. I crafted all these. I found the cave pouch. It's definitely an interesting game. I'm the Oh, I was watching Pina. Pina was playing this. Um, yeah, Pina was playing this, and she took on she was playing this last night, and she took on the big slime, and she was wearing all iron, and she used a ranged weapon. Yeah, she used a ranged weapon with all, and she was wearing all iron, and she ended up kiting it with all iron. She died once, but she did end up killing it. But she ended up dying to there's a boss in the ancient ruins that she died to, I believe. She says she was nowhere strong enough to take care of that. Oh, I love Pina. She's such a sweetheart. Peanut, if there's any VTuber, if there's any VTuber that's non-Hololive that I would recommend to anybody, it would be Peanut, because she is so friendly. She's so welcoming to everybody that comes and joins her streams. She tries to talk to everybody as long as it's something she can answer, or something she can relate to, or something she can just we can respond to. She tries to answer as many tweets as she can. Um, she seems to answer like or at least see every single response that she gets when she every day she writes a small message, a pen, what she calls what she called a pen pal. It's like a pen pal thank you. um let's see here. Pen Appreciating pen pals. Every single day since she started being a VTuber, she has written an appreciating pen pals message on her community wall. And even if it's just a short message, she has today she wrote, "Thank you for being such an awesome community. It's truly a blessing." Yesterday, "Thank you, pen pals, for staying with me, even if my stream got longer than usual," because she streamed like extra long. She streamed a lot longer than she usually streams when she was playing Core Keeper, because she's so hooked on the game. And all of us just sat there and kept watching her and talking with her, because we were invested in it with her. And she's like, "Why are you guys still here?" They're like, "We're here because you're still streaming." Yeah, Pina is such a she's not just adorable, but she's also, I mean, she is she's she's so unique. Yeah, she is so unique. She is so unique as a person. She is so unique as a streamer. She's so unique, and as a streamer, she is like, she's different, and it's hard to explain. You don't find people like her that care about her community like she does. And even if it's something like, how like a lot of streamers, especially like independent streamers, they're like, "Well, don't come in here and drama dump on my stream." There's some people that will come in and they'll like, quote unquote drama dump right in the middle of her stream, and she takes it like a professional and like a champ, and she's like, "I'm sorry to hear that. I really feel bad that you're having such a bad day, and I hope things get better. You know, I mean, she doesn't like, just like, why are you doing this? This is my stream. You shouldn't be coming in here and acting like this. Don't you know any better than that? I have like 100 other people on here, and they don't want to listen to this. She's not like that. She's like, she'll take it. She'll see it, and she'll handle it professionally. She'll handle it cool with a calm manner. She tries to, like, at least try to comfort that person a little bit, make it welcoming to them, and say, hey, look, you're here now. Maybe you can take your mind off of things for a little bit. You're here now. Thank you for coming here. Just why don't you sit back and relax and enjoy the stream. I'm sorry that you're having a bad day, or things are going bad for you. I hope things get better. And things will get better. One guy, he lost his cat. And he was like very heartbroken that he lost his cat. And she understands, she has pets too, and she knows what it feels like to lose a pet, And she's like, hey, look, it's a horrible loss. We all know how, a lot of us that are pet owners know. We know how it feels to lose a pet that you really, really are invested in, that you've had for so long. And she does, it's almost like she takes her members and subscribers, and like each every one of them, somehow, some way, she like gives them a hug. And I know this sounds cheesy, all right, and I'm sorry if this sounds cheesy, but it's almost like she gives them a virtual hug, just to like welcome them, and just to say that she appreciates them. And that's how it honestly feels, because like the first time I ever like completely watched her, I was like, man, she is so nice, she is so welcoming, and then this is such a different environment compared to like where so many other places I've been in, and when the chat gets a little bit like, they start talking a little bit naughty, and stuff like that, she just plays it off, and they start getting into that like not say so area. She'll like take it to like, or like, okay, you guys are getting a little non say so, and then she'll turn it into a joke, and then bring it back, without like reprimanding the chat. She'll let them have that moment of being like, okay, you got me, especially she had like some incident involving something involving I don't know if she told the story or something like that. I wasn't around for it, but there was something involving like her and wet panties. And water or something like that, and like, so like every time like she's using a character and that character gets wet, they automatically joke, Pina's got wet pantsuits now and stuff like that. She's like, yeah, my pantsuits are wet again, all that fun stuff, and stuff like that. So I mean, it's like, she has fun with her chat, but at the same time, she lets her chat be chat. And it's so endearing, because it's like, she seems like she's able to find that right balance between letting chat get away with just enough to have fun without them going too far. And you don't find that in streamers, and it's amazing to me that she's able to do that, because like, I'll give you an example, and this might be a bad example because I know how popular she is, okay, but it's kind of it's almost like how Gura was, like when she was like right after debut. Right after debut, Guru was like trying to be very, 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 very say so, but just trying to sneak in just a little bit of that non-say-so-ness. Just get away with just a little bit, and just break that non-say-so character just a little bit, just break character just a couple times, but then bring it right back. And she did it for 6-7 months, and Ame would always try to agitate her and instigate her to break character even more, but she always was really, really trying really, really hard, right? But it's like Pina can do that, but even better. And it fascinates me because it's like, you don't find someone who's able to speak to people with that kind of charisma. But yet feel like you're just talking to a normal person. It's very hard to find somebody like that. Usually it feels like you're either talking to a character or you're talking to a person. It very rarely do you ever feel like you're talking to very rarely do you feel like you're talking to the actual person that is the character. If that makes sense. Pina as the VTuber Pina. And it seems like she has been able to find that balance of Pina is Pina, and Pina, the way she presents herself is Pina, and it's the perfect representation of who she is, while also projecting the type of characters that she wants us to accept. And you don't find that. Usually it's especially if you go on Twitch, you'll find people that are a VTuber, but they overproject their own personality onto the avatar, and so their personality overwhelms that avatar. Kind of like me. A lot of times my personality will just overwhelm my avatar, and it's just plain me. Whereas she's able to project herself through that avatar and speak as Pina through that avatar and have that sense of duality. And I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but to me, it makes sense in my head. But to me, it makes sense because maybe it's because it's the way I see things on this side of the screen. But the duality of her is and being able to be Pina, the presenter, Pina the avatar, Pina the voice behind the avatar, and have them all gel together, all together at once, and be Pina, just the whole package. I think she is the whole package, and she's very special. And I really, really hope that Prism is able to continue to nurture her, because she has a great singing voice. I love her singing voice. When I heard her, I was very enamored by her personality. And then she did karaoke. And the first time I heard karaoke, I just fell in love with her voice. I was like, oh my goodness. She has one of the best singing voices I have ever heard outside of Hololive, from a VTuber. And I was like, how can so many people miss her voice and not hear this? I mean, it's amazing. Her voice is amazing. And people need to hear her voice, because I mean it's special. It's very special. Yeah, Pina, Ina, and Callie, they're all great. They're all great. You know, they're all that, you know, they're very, you know, every one of those ladies, they all have great talent. Pina, Ina, and Callie, they're all great talents. That's for sure. Um, yeah. Onkoro is so sweet. She's um uh she's so sweet, even though she like puts up like her stream, her last Kirby stream. if you if you look at the translation of her stream, it's like, it's, you know, yeah, it doesn't translate into something very nice, but she she's so adorable. And her friend, Kanan, um they are they're both planning on doing Splatoon 2. um and I asked them. I said, "Hey, look, you know, you know, um, Kanan, I just met Kanan, and you know, I've been popping in on her streams for last week and a half, and you know, she mentioned that she wants to stream Splatoon 2, but you know, she it's going to be participation uh, with uh, with viewers, and she's not sure if she's going to do it with Ankiro, or if she's gonna if they're gonna stream separately. So, you know, and I told her, I said, "Hey, I'm an English person, yeah, and you know that, but I really would like to play with both of you, you know." And yeah, and I've been slowly trying to, you know, show her my support and everything like that. So, and she's starting to you know, to get, you know, a little bit more comfortable with me, and I've been you know, trying to communicate with her a little bit more, you know, using like deep L and stuff like that, just, you know, to talk to her and everything. And you know, her and Ankuro seem to kind of like be in like the same boat, but in different spots, as far as like, you know, being more solo VTubers, and you know, but and you know, trying very hard to you know, be independent, and you know, they're part timers to begin with, on VTubing, but they, you know, they really enjoy it, and they try it, you know, they try their best and everything like that. Um, and you know, I try to support both of them, because you know, they, you know, they both work their butts off. I mean, they work full-time jobs, and then they hustle home, and then they try to stream. And you know, I mean, I can, you know, from what I've understood, I mean, there are days where she does anywhere from 8 to 10 hours worth of like paperwork, and then she hustles home, and then tries to prepare to stream, and then streams. And I don't know if anyone that watches her notices, but she's only been streaming Switch games right now, because her computer can't handle any of the new games because it's so old. And you know, and I keep telling her, you know, hey, you know, I mean, we, you know, if you want, you know, I mean, I know several people that will, you know, that want to help, and we can donate to you, you know. And I mean, I'm willing to donate to you to help, you know. But she's been stubborn, and won't do it. So I guess she wants to do it on her own. So And that's fine. I can understand that. She doesn't want to feel indebted to people to get her get a new computer or anything else like that. But you know, I mean, I can understand it's hard. To try to buy a new computer. Um, since we support these girls, are we considered simps? You know what? I don't. I would consider myself more of sure, why not? I you can call me whatever you want as long as I get to as long as I can support them. That's all I care about now. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if I'm supporting these young talents that are just trying to make it in as a VTuber, and I'm helping them move forward. That's the most important thing to me now. It's more important to me than supporting somebody who has you know hundreds of thousands of people that can donate money to them. I mean, some of them aren't even monetized yet, like me. They're but yet they're trying to get to that point where they can be monetized. So uh VTubers in Kauai are really good too. I've watched several of them that have singed that have sung, and there's a lot of them that are really good. Especially their second generation has. I'm surprised at their second generation how much their first generation was kind of rough. Um, but and I think a lot of them were very green. Um, but I think that they, by and large, have grown a lot. And then with the advent of their second generation debuting, and first generation releasing their first was it quad track? All four of them, was it three or four of them? All of them sang together. I think that they've started to blossom even more, and maybe just the pressure of being senpais has kind of given them the motivation to like really really buckle down and do more. I mean, I kind of feel bad for like Charlotte, because Charlotte, Suzu, she works her ass off at work. And I mean, there's like days where I can remember when after she first debuted, she didn't take a day off for I think it was close to like, I want to say over 2.5 months. She worked every single day and streamed every single day. If she wasn't working, she was streaming. If she wasn't streaming, she was working. And she works with spreadsheets. And then she was doing another side job. She had a second side job, and then every so often she was working a third side job. And so she was like working like three different jobs at one point, plus streaming. And we were all like, "Girl, you need to take a break," you know. And finally, even management told her, "Hey, you got to take a break. You know, we're telling you to take a break." So, she worked her butt off. But the other ones, they work just as hard too. But yeah, their second generation was had some really 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 interesting talent that I looked at it and I was like, wow, okay, they went and they really scouted these girls, so. Knight, you're back. Finally, I can listen now. Welcome back. Welcome back. I mean, we all guys here. Uh, Reading a guy. Don't discount Red's a girl. She's a girl. Ew. Yeah, you're not a guy, but you know about, you've heard plenty of locker talk already. So, um, Hollow Stars. I've watched some of the Hollow Stars. Um, I'm not a fan of any of the Hollow Stars, but I will say this: when I was thinking about character and all that stuff with my model and how I was going to present myself and everything else like that, I did study a lot of them. And I came to the conclusion, yeah, there's just no way I'm going to be able to present myself like them. Yeah, there's no way I can just sit there and talk like them the entire time and have suave, that suave voice that just wants to sweep women off their feet and make them go, ooh. There's just no way. No, there's just no way. I just can't talk like that. I can't do that stuff. I can't do that stuff. I mean, there's just that they have a way of talking that I just can't do. I cannot seriously just no, I can't. I just can't. I mean, it's kind of like when people ask the hollow mem to talk like an Onesan or something like that. It's yeah, sure, you can if you ask Lami or Noel, to talk like an Onesama, yeah, like them, they can do that. And they sound perfectly fine doing that. But of course they've probably have been asked that enough time where they've practiced it. But it's, if you were to ask I don't know. I don't know if Hachima would sound like a realistic Onesama. I think Hachima would be like Hachima Chama Onesama Chama. I can just see her, just completely doing that, and she's like, listen to your old Chama Chama Hachima Chama. I could just see her doing that the entire time, and it's like, there's no, okay, you're not my own Nesama. No. Corpse Husband is way better. Roberto, is that the VTuber that is always gets trapped by Yabai Senpai? Yeah. I studied several male VTubers just to try to figure out how if I if I am going to stream on a regular basis, how am I going to present myself? And I just came to the conclusion there's just no way. I'm just gonna have to be me, and if that's and then hopefully I can like evolve some kind of persona from that, and just kind of weave reality and fiction together, and make that work type thing. And I think for the most part that works. So you know I wish that I had more of a mythos like these guys did, but I mean I kind of like my mythos the way it is. So I mean my mythos blends in reality and fiction perfectly. I mean I am a typical bro that followed three VTubers, three female VTubers down a rabbit hole. I mean that's my mythos. That's how I became what you see in front of you. I followed them down a rabbit hole when they went from the real world into back into the VTuber world, and I transformed into this. That's my mythos. you know, I mean that's how I became to be, and I'm fine with that. I think that for me anyways, it's easier to it's easier for conversation um relatability if I don't wrap too much into kind of like a fictional mythos, because what ends up happening, and and that's where you start running into the problem, is you start building kind of a mythos, and a false sense of reality within yourself as a VTuber character, and then you end up having problems in situations like what happened to Russia, you know. And when you end up building those types of false images that people end up falling in love with, or they end up believing in, and believing that they're real, when reality shatters that illusion, they find out that it's fake, and then you end up having that problem. Now, for me, I'm able to, I'm able to, present myself as with an avatar, but I'm able to, present a good deal of reality mixed with a small element of, fantastical fantasy, and a sense of, you know, I'm going to tell you a story that is from my past, but I'm not going to use my name, or real names, or people's, my friends, or whoever's involved. I'm not going to use their real names. I'm going to use either, if I'm going to talk about people in particular, I'm either going to keep their names out of it, or I'm going to use substitute names in order for me to tell the story. So there's going to be an element in there to protect identities, but it's still going to be there's still going to be a majority amount of it being a true story that is being told from my past. And that's the way I would prefer to do it, because in the end, I would rather not lie to the people that come and support me and watch me on a daily basis. And yeah, when you're trying to create a fantasy world, yeah, fantasy isn't reality. Yeah, of course not. However, if I'm gonna create, quote unquote fantasy with you guys, I'm gonna tell you guys, okay, this is how this is what we're gonna do. Are you guys gonna join in with me? And our version of fantasy is gonna be more realistic. Like we're gonna build fantasy within, a game. We're gonna build fantasy within an environment that we can interact in, like Minecraft or something like that. Something we can build in, something we can interact in, something that we can all participate in. But at least that's my envision of it. So you guys can feel that that you guys have that a piece of that, and you guys can say I built that, or I did that, or that was something that we all did together. His voice and attitude is so suave, though it's mysterious. I like the clip where he tries to be polite, but the girl keeps stealing the conversation towards Lud. That it's funny how it's funny how when I always see clips of when they isn't it like when they play and Matsuri doesn't Matsuri play Apex with them once in a while, and she gets really just completely too much information with them. Like I remember watching one clip, and they're all they're playing she was playing Apex with them, I believe, and they just died and started a new round, and you can hear her just kind of rustling around, and they're everyone was like daijoubu daijoubu, and Matsuri is like, oh yeah, I was just taking my bra off, and the other two guys were like, eh, nani, and it's like, you weren't muted, right? And you just told everyone who was watching that you took your bra off, right? And live on stream. And it's like, okay, Iago, is this really the is this really the idol say so that you image that you really want for Hololive? I mean, this girl just took her bra off right in the middle of a stream in front of two guys while she's playing with them live on stream. And I think that clip alone probably has several 100,000 views. I'm like, yo, I mean, come on. I'm like, okay, well, at least the oh my gosh. I mean, oh. How did how uh, I mean, I, I I have no words. I just I have no words. The only thing I mean, it was your dream, Yago, and yet my dreams are dying because of it. Why? You know? yeah. I thought, wasn't Hololive supposed to be an idol company? But no, I guess you guys are just an entertainment company after all. You know, with girls taking their underwear off live on stream. It has come down to this. I mean, you are having Yago. You are having women take their clothes off. Does anybody remember how Corone, after she finished her Wii Fit, or was it her Ring Fit, she like forgot to mute and she changed clothes live on stream, and everyone's like, and she's like, daijouba, I was not I was not even in front of the camera, and like, you were not muted. And everyone, she's like, I'm so sorry. She's like, it's not a big deal. I wasn't live. I was not in front of the camera. Daijouba. And you know, like, no, we could hear you. uh yeah, and what about all the ASMR videos of your Hollow Mem that are supposedly taking showers together? They are butt naked. Oh my! What? Where are we in this? Yes, there was that shower stream too. Yes, there were 3 of them. And Kanata was just sitting there, just kind of staring off into the camera the entire time while they were taking. And I'm like, Kanata, what are you doing? She's just sitting there, just looking at the camera while they're just like talking in the shower. I was like, Kanata, go join him in the shower at least, or go look, go take a peek. But no, she's just sitting there staring at the screen. And I'm like, poor Kanata. Did she get kicked out? Because she's not boing boing. Oh, forgot. Oh, poor Kanata. She was not boing boing enough to join. Yeah, she's the only pure say so. She's the only say so idol. She's the only one that, like, purely, truly, honestly, completely dodges every question with her say so ninja skill has to be like S tier, you know? It has to be like S plus. She has to be like that S plus tier, you know, or that what's that top tier in Gacha, like SR. She has to be like SR tier. She has to be like that 6-star SR tier idol that like is like the has perfect dodge. I bet you anything, if she had a gacha card, her skill would be perfect dodge. That she's able to dodge every single non-say so question. Oh my gosh. Yeah, SSR or UR. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Her her ultimate skill is has to be perfect dodge. It's perfect dodge. You know, she has no like ultimate attack skill. It's just perfect dodge. But it's active 100% of the time, so she never gets hit. So even if she only has like 100 hit points, she never gets hit. So you know, yeah. I feel sorry for Sora. At the same time, hey, I mean, she I guess between her and like I guess like maybe Azuki, maybe I don't know. I don't watch her enough to know her personality. I mean, I think she kind of gets forgotten with the whole thing too because she's just not really popular. And I think she kind of got the raw end of the deal because her model was not overly like the best and quality to begin with. But um has she? Oh man. I don't I like I said I don't watch her enough to know. So if she's fallen, okay, yeah, then it's got to just be Sora. Sora, you are literally the sky that's above us. So, extend your wings and stretch to the horizons where you belong. uh yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. I think all of our um yo it's kind of in a way it's a little endearing that so many of them have quote unquote fallen, or have have these kind of quirks. But at the same time, there's also a lot of concern there because it's like, okay, who's left? I mean, you have people like Luna who tries to act innocent and pure, even though every so often she accidentally gives hints like she knows what they're talking about, even though she like tries to play it off as being dumb afterwards. But uh she's like, I Luna has no idea what you're talking about. It's like, yeah, sure, Luna. you know and and the thing that really really got me was watching Mel is very very say so, but um yeah, she's extremely say so, but unfortunately she has a mama that gave her a very non say so body. you know it's like, uh, if Mel had more of a say so body, she probably would she probably it would fit her personality better, but I mean it just would be so much harder for her to play off, you know um but in many ways I just think it's hilarious how um there are times where Mel is like she she literally has done nothing wrong, and for whatever reason, just stuff happens. I mean, I don't know if any of you guys were there when she was streaming that one anime that they had permission to stream, and the anime included a scene where a guy got shot, and the YouTube algorithm picked up the anime scene of a guy getting shot, and it immediately banned her entire channel for graphic violence. I mean, it was an instant ban, like not even a second after the guy got shot in the anime, and everyone was like, "What the hell happened?" And she got banned. She got banned, and Achan it took Achan about, I think, like about 24 hours to get her unbanned. It was amazing, and Mel was pissed. I mean, she was really pissed. She's like, I didn't do anything. I was just doing what I was told. But I do love Mel. I love her sweet demeanor and everything. She's one of the first holomem that really tried to, especially on the JP side, that really tried to understand her English bros, her English members, her and Roboco both. Last year especially, when they both realized that they had a lot of English fans, they really took on the challenge of wanting to learn and try to understand a little bit of what we were saying. And if any of you guys sit there and watch her stream, especially when she does her super chat readings, if you super chat her in English, she takes the time to read the super chat and try to read it in English. And if she can't understand the English, she'll try to translate it into Japanese so she can understand it, and then she'll try to respond to it in English, which I think is just amazing. Because there's a lot of people like Noelle. Noelle tried to learn English, and she mostly learned some fairly basic stuff. But I think she got frustrated with it at some point and then kind of gave up on it. And so now, unless it's like a bigger donation, she just reads your name and says thank you. But at one point, she was trying to do the same thing. But I think she got kind of frustrated with English, which I don't blame her. I mean, I get frustrated with Japanese on a regular basis, so. Yeah, if Sora falls, it is indeed an entertainment company. Yeah, if she falls or graduates, it's indeed I don't care what any of them say. Yeah, it is an entertainment company. Yeah, she's the only living example, or the only existing example of them being a quote unquote idol company. Exactly. I thought Subaru was like the first one because she always goes viral in English. So Subaru, Subaru has she has an interesting dynamic with so Subaru is very interesting with the English community, in my opinion, because she has a lot of English fans. She always seems to attract them, and it's like we the English fans are just waiting for her to do something so it can be clipped. I think she's the easiest clippable one out of all of them, at least way back when. And I mean, you could get tons of content from her, as well as like, Marine, and Coco is bilingual, so it wasn't so much with her. But I think that if anything, I think that it probably was Subaru, followed by see, if I remember correctly, it was Subaru, followed by Noel, and then it was Marine. Rushia was in there somewhere. Picora and Luna tried it at one point, and then after that it was Roboco and Mel. Because if I remember correctly, around the same time that Subaru was like really starting to take off with the English community, and she was starting to get like extremely clipped with all of her English attempts. Yeah. When Subaru was like really starting to get clipped, and she was going viral with the English community, that was around the same time that Marine announced that she had signed up for an English class, and Kiara heard that after she announced that, and she contacted her and said, "That's not a good idea. It would be easier for you to like literally just like do Duolingo and like just speak to people than go to an English class. You're just wasting your money and your time." 2014 is the year of my life. I do not know why. I do not know why either. Gura is always clippable, so yeah. But yeah, she doesn't. I mean, she does try to speak Japanese, but she intentionally tries to be cute while speaking Japanese. I finally got my duck from her commemorative birthday. I think it was her birthday or third year anniversary, something like that. One of those two. I finally got my duck from Subaru's commemorative. I can't even talk anymore. I got my duck. I finally got my Subaru duck. So I got my duck to go along with my with my Ryo Oki and with my Pin Pin. MikeNeko is looking healthier. Yes, she had been looking extremely thin, and it does look like, at least from her last picture, or her last couple pictures, that her face is filling out. So, she looked like she was dehydrated. She looked like she hadn't been eating. So I'm hoping that it's all positive signs that she is perhaps on an upswing on things, because one of the biggest concerns that I was having, and that's another huge thing that comes along with your depression spells, is lack of eating. I mean, I lost I lost 4 pounds in 1 week this past week, because I barely ate anything last week because I was so depressed. I mean, I just didn't eat. I drank water almost the entire time, and I barely ate anything because that's how depressed I was. So and I know that's not good for me. It's not healthy for me, and I have since changed that, and I've been forcing myself to eat. So don't worry about that, about me and doing that. So that's being taken care of now. But what I'm saying is that um, it's a very big issue that um, for a long time, everyone, all the guys and everything were too focused on, oh, you're so cute, your picture looks adorable, you're so pretty, and everything else like that. But like almost every single one of them was like ignoring the fact that she looked very sickly. You know, it's one thing to like detox or what have you, um, but there is a huge difference between like detoxing, or getting your body to reset with what you're consuming versus say, that's low in health. Ooh, I didn't realize that. Versus like not eating anything at all, like especially with her, with the um, you know, if she's been eating poor her entire life, or she just has not been eating healthy in general, as a teenager, there's a good chance that she might have a lot of deficiencies that she you know that hasn't been diagnosed, or hasn't been looked at or seen, or um, who knows if they've done blood work to see if those things exist in her body. So um, it's something to be concerned about, because she's at one of those points where it can be a very fragile time for someone of her frame to not be eating. Oh yeah, Miko, yeah, Miko Chi, yeah, Miko Chi worked very hard on her English too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. She worked hard on her English so she could like completely gangster out on GTA 5. Then she, uh, I love Miko on GTA 5. She is just like the like. Did you guys ever see that birthday present she got, where the guy that played what's his name sent her that video, that the voice actor that played what's his name sent her a personalized video wishing her a happy birthday, and he said her quote, what was it, what was that, Falk is love, something like that. Yeah. Clark, thank you for stopping in. I appreciate you being here. I know that we're running a little long, but we're just kind of talking and chatting right now. But hey, thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. You take care. Have a great day. Or a great night. All right. Yeah, she's definitely elite. I was really like excited when I saw that video of that she got for her birthday, you know, and he called her by name, and she was like, it's like, you know, fuck is love, fuck is love, fuck is love, It was really cute. It was really cute. I got a door here now. Yay. But Fubuki is always, I I've been a big fan of Fubuki for a while. Um, she it's hard for me to explain where Fubuki kind of ranks in for me overall because um she's a very complex character. She's a very and a very complex person in general. Um, you know, I mean, if I had to look at things, objectively, um, I mean, honestly, if I look at things objectively, I would probably place Fubuki probably around like she probably in my near my top five. If I had to give a number, um, but it's really hard for me to give that. Yeah, fuck is love. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad someone got that reference. um, and part of the reason why I say that is because it's when I first started watching Fubuki, when I first saw her, I really, really, really didn't like the whole, no waifu friend thing, and everyone's friend, everyone friend. I never liked that, but I never really understood it either. I never really understood the whole concept of what she was, what that was all about, and I didn't get the context of it, right? And it wasn't until that generation celebrated their third anniversary of being a generation for Hololive, and it was the very first generation that Mel finally got to celebrate um, being part of Hololive, you know, and it was a big thing for all of them because they were all finally together on stage. Mel had missed that first year because of the whole stalker and the whole thing that was going on with that. And then the second year, she had to miss the second year because of something that happened the second year. And so the third year, she was finally able to make it. She was finally able to be there and perform and do something, and be part of the team. And and as they were all talking, and they were all saying what they were thankful for and what they were happy about, and what their dreams were and what they were looking forward to going forward. Um, well, yeah, and I'm gonna get to that because Fubuki was the last one to talk, right? And Fubuki was, Fubuki was the last one to talk, and as she started talking, she really started crying, and I'm like, why the heck is she crying? And she's like, she's like, I'm so happy that I could be up here, with all my friends, with all my friends, with all my gen mates, and we can celebrate all this together, and I'm so happy that I am I'm making this journey because I her goal and her wish has always been, or her goal and her wish is to make, 1 million friends, and she wants to make 1 million friends, and she wants to, make friends with as many people as possible. And I can totally believe that because out of all the stories I hear coming out of Hololive, with all the different personality issues that all the girls have coming out of Hololive, and you look at Rushia, MikeNeko as a prime example, okay, and she cannot be the only one, guys. If you look at all the other girls that have come out of Hololive, past and present, you know, I can honestly believe that a lot of them probably do have some sort of, societal or social type of either insecurity or, deficiency or anxiety or type of, problem that has prevented them from reaching that kind of potential of making lots of friends or having lots of friends or having those types of relationships in real life. I Marine was even talking about that in one of her streams, where she was asked, someone had super chat her, because she's always talking about her hot sexy body and stuff like that, and they said, well, I bet you were really popular, and and all the boys chased you in school. And she said, actually, no, you know um no one talked to me in school. No one wanted to have anything to do with me in school. I was very much alone. I had a couple of friends, but that was it. you know and it's like, nah, that can't be true. Your personality is, the way your personality is, you always seem to be able to instantly, like, have people gravitate to you, or you have a very look at me type of personality. But she said that's just not the way it was when she was growing up, and I can totally believe that. you know and if you listen to a lot of the other girls' stories, and again, I'll defer back to what I was saying about when I talk about myself. A lot of the girls, a lot of the holomem will do the exact same thing I do when I talk about myself. They will interject a small amount of what you probably could defer or infer as fiction to protect identity or protect, what, the people that are involved in the story. But overall, what they're talking about is something that is that happened to them, or is a part of them, or part of what they have gone through, growing up. And if you look at that, it's very possible that a lot of them do have those types of things that are going on with themselves, and internally. and not being able to um, properly have those types of relationships growing up had made it difficult for them to you know find those types of connections that they were really looking for. I'm not entirely sure. You'd have to look. I'm not entirely sure on that. Oh, pointy guy. Ow. Oh wow, I've been streaming for 5 hours already. I did not realize it was already 5 hours. Holy crap. You guys realize you guys have been here with me for 5 hours? I did not realize we've been here for 5 hours, guys. I am so sorry. Ow. Go away. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. 10 to 15 years, not good. I am so sorry, guys. I didn't mean to hold you here hostage for hours. Forgive me. More pointy guys. Go away. Maybe we should call it a night. I mean, there's a lot of depending on and this is the other thing that really concerns me, like with people like Marine. Um, she always, especially when it involves her whole throat thing. Okay, there has been, if she is truly having issues with her throat, um, and this is just my opinion, if she's truly having issues with her throat, it would be best, in her best interest, to to find a permanent answer for her in order for her to preserve her throat and preserve her voice, so her career going forward, with her career going forward, whether it be singing, acting, voice narration, whatever, she would have something left when she's done with Hololive. I mean, if she ruins her throat and ruins her voice box and her vocal cords by 30, or however old she is, or like 35, or 40, or however old she is, if she ruins it by the time she leaves Hololive, I mean, is she, I mean, she's not going to be able to fulfill any type of role like that coming out of it. So unless she plans on going into a completely different field after Hololive, which she might be, who knows? But if she plans to continue to sing or act or do anything with her voice, she needs to really consider, you know how am I going to protect and preserve my throat, so I'm not killing it, trying to um sing, or trying to be part of Hololive. Is Hololive worth her her vocal cords at this point. It was really back in 2020, not 2014. I mean, 2014 is still the best year for me because I was free doing stuff. So you're back in 2020. That makes more sense. Yeah. She really seems to like singing though. I mean, if you look like Ayami, Mel's mama, I mean, I mean, she is a great artist as well. I mean, that's her primary thing is being an artist. But she also likes doing the karaoke, ASMR, all those other fun things. You know, and it would be a shame to give up those things. Just it would be a shame for her to ruin her throat. You know, use her throat to the point of it being ruined, and then say, okay, I'm going to just move on to becoming a graphics artist. I mean, why ruin something that you have if there's a way to like preserve it, heal it, and use it for another 20 some odd 25 years or however many years. What's the point of damaging it? you know and is Hollow Live really worth damaging it? What's so what you know what in Hollow Live is worth damaging permanently damaging your throat, is what I'm saying. What do I miss? I got to you didn't miss too much. We are basically just talking about uh the various situations that people are in Hall Life right now. Right now we're talking about Maureen and her situation. Since she does have issues with her throat and things like that. I mean, me personally, I would, if I were her manager, I would tell her, it's not worth damaging your vocal cords. It's not worth damaging your career, your vocal cords. You still have, years left. Why throw it away like this when you can easily, if there are recommendations out there on how to fix it, uh, and it will give you 10, 15 years more in your singing career, or possibly even permanently fix it. Those 10, that surgery and recovery time is worth it. And if All Life isn't willing to give you that time, you know what? There's plenty of other things you could be doing. Right, exactly. She has, she's been part of the whole thing for, like you said, over 30 years. You know, but you know, for her, she is part of the industry. Um, it's not like she is, she's been part of the industry for over 30 years. She doesn't have much time left, and she's willing to dedicate what time and what talent she has left in order to, give Son Goku the voice that he needs for as long as she's able to. But that's completely different than what um where Marina is right now, where she potentially has another 10-20 years, potentially, if she were like, say, that get surgery or have things done, do things that potentially involve her having to take an extended leave of absence from Hololive. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, she's mentioned it before, and I don't remember if it was a member only stream or not. So I'm not entirely sure where she said it. Um, but she mentioned before that she was told that um there that what one of the doctors had told her, there's a possibility that they could fix her vocal cords, but it would require surgery. And the other option is to continue doing what they're doing now, which is, you know, the exercises and trying to have her use her voice and her vocal cords in a different way. But she said right now it hasn't been working the way that they wanted it to. And so they asked her, well, are you going to get the surgery or not? And she's like, I really don't want to. you know and so it sounded like it was less of a, uh, I know this needs to be done, but I don't want to do it. It sounded more like that than, um you know something that was off the table because of various circumstances. So, you know, that is what it is, I guess. I mean, honestly, guys, I'll be honest with you. I get that. Um, let me explain something to you guys. Okay, I want to explain this to all of you, as another thing that I want to be very upfront to everyone here about. Okay. Um. So as you guys know, I'm I have I have a bad back right now because of the accident that I had suffered, right? And the only way that they can fix my back, okay? The only way that they can fix my back is because they have done surgery on my back before. They can't just cut open my back, go in there, fix the bones that are broken, or insert a rod or whatever, and then close me up. Okay, they can't just do that from behind. Because what ends up happening is if they cut open the same area that was already cut open, it creates a whole bunch of scar tissue in that area, and all that scar tissue goes down into the spinal cord area and compresses that entire area, and that causes even more pain and pressure, and then you end up having a whole mess of different problems. Okay, so the only way that they can fix my back And this is going to be, and if you think that visualization is going to be is bad, this is how they're going to fix me, Wiley. This is how they're telling me that they're going to fix me. The only way that they can do the surgery is by going through my belly. So what they're proposing, and I'm not kidding on this, okay? What they're proposing is that they're gonna cut open my belly. They're gonna make probably like a 4 to 6 inch incision on my belly. They're gonna open up the belly area. They're gonna slide across like all the internal organs, and then they basically, you know, any of the major like arteries and stuff like that, they make sure that they have those all accounts for, so they don't nick or none of that stuff. And then they use basically they use like catheter rods that they feed through the body into the back, and they fix it from within. Okay? That's what they're doing. That's what they're going to do with me. My surgeon told me that the process is anywhere from a 16 to an 18-hour surgery, and if there's complications, it could run over 20 hours. That's the type of surgery I have to endure in order to even have a glimpse of a hope of returning back to some kind of career that I could like go back into a normal job, and maybe one day retire, you know, and actually have a job and a career again. Or I can live in pain for the rest of my life and live with a screwed up back. You know, and that's why I kind of look at Marine's situation, and I think to myself, well, you know, I wouldn't use a gift that I have until it's completely messed up, and then say, okay, now I'm going to move on to the next thing. Because then you start looking at that gift that you used until you can't use it no more, and then you start kind of wishing you had it back. You know, you start kind of wishing, you know, you didn't use it all up when you were younger, because now you can't use it no more. You know, I mean, I wish I could still be running around playing basketball like I was, 15 years ago. You know. Or jogging 2 miles a day like I used to be, and I can't do that no more. So, but that's my perspective on things, guys. I mean, again, that's my perspective on things, and what I just told you is totally legit. That's what they're gonna do, and I got a whole bunch of things I gotta do before that. There's some like conditioning things that they want me to do. There's a whole bunch of medical checklist things that I gotta pass before they say that I'm a candidate for that type of surgery. And if I don't qualify for that surgery because I don't hit those checkpoints or check marks, then I either got to get healthy enough to be able to do that, to have the surgery, or then we have to find plan B. But so there's still things I got to work on in order to get to that point. But that's what they want to do, and that scares the hell out of me, because when I had my very very first surgery done, my very first surgery, it took a couple hours. When I had my second surgery done, that took 16 hours. And when I had my whole entire stint with a staph infection in my back, I was hospitalized for 5 months. I don't want to go through being hospitalized for 5 months again. I mean, hell, how am I supposed to stream from a hospital for 5 months, yo? I'm gonna be there with my iPhone, and I'll be like konnichiwa from the hospital, you know. No, but I mean, I can't. I mean, that's just. Oh man, could you imagine me streaming from the hospital like that? That would actually be interesting. I'd be like, yo, I'm like just like totally upped on morphine right now, and I ain't feeling nothing. No, but um, yeah, it could be like multiplier in the hospital all over again. Yeah, it could be, couldn't it? Uh, yeah. Calvin, I completely agree with you. I mean, and Marine seems like the person that would try to avoid surgery at all costs, because I can tell by in her voice, even though she's like talking as Marine, I can tell in her voice that she has so many reservations about going underneath the knife, and I don't, you know what, I don't I don't shun her for it. Okay. The thing is, I just hope that she at least has considered it, because if it's a highly successful surgery um, procedure, and it's not one of those 50-50 type things, and it's like it's a successful thing. It's been it's done on a normal routine basis. There's been many successful um, past there's many past examples of it. It's a rather routine, maybe it's even a same day surgery type thing. If there's things like that give you those indications that, yeah, it's not going to be something that can just be botched up, you know um then that can at least give a person reassurance. But I can understand. I mean, I've watched, when my mother was alive, I watched her go under the knife so many times as a kid, and then I've gone under the knife so many times myself that, to me it's like, okay, you're telling me I gotta have surgery. Okay, when do we gotta do this? I mean, at this point, I have so many scars on me that that's like, okay, you're just gonna add one more, you know. So, man, you do not. I mean, in your case, I completely agree with the sentiment that you were just echoing. That, if you can avoid it at all costs, avoid it at all costs, because um you know the pain that you wake up with is bad, even with morphine. With morphine and you not moving is one thing. All right. But if you once you start trying to move around, and ooh, I see those eyes over there. Come here, come here. Your brother pissed me off. I am coming for you. I am coming for you, and I'm gonna take all of you. Uh-oh. Hey, who be over there with the? Hey, that one has a torch. Why do you have a torch? Only I have torches. Yo, 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 I'm talking to you. Come here. Are you a boss? You better not be a boss. If you're a boss, you better not be a boss. I think that's a boss. Yo, I think that's a boss. Um. Um. well, we're gonna swap out the fishing rod here for that is definitely a boss. Melee damage. Yeah, we're gonna put melee damage there. Ching. The boss to that minor enemies that you killed. He has the high ground on this one. That's for sure. I am still gonna try to take his ass out though. But there's a lot of those. Ooh, there's a lot of them, aren't there? Yeah. There's a lot of procedures that are relatively, I mean, and of course, relatively is always famous last words, but there are always procedures that are considered relatively safe, and they have a proven track record of successes, yada yada yada. But then you have you always have the exceptions to the rules. And that's where I unfortunately have always, whoa, that one can fire fireballs. Hey. That is against the rules. No fire. Fireballs are illegal. How'd you get that through that little crack? Yo. That is extremely unfair, bro. Come here. No. Be good and come here. Come here so I can cut you. I want to cut you. Come here. I want to cut you. No, you come over here so I can cut you. I'm going to cut you. Come over here. Come here so I can cut you. Oh, almost. Come. Get a little closer. I swear to God, you come closer. You come a little closer. I'm going to cut you. I am going to cut you. Come a little closer. Come a little closer. No. Don't be chicken now. Come a little closer. You come a little closer. I swear. You come a little closer. I swear. You stop being chicken. You come a little closer. You come a little closer. Come on. I got a nice little snack for you. Come a little closer. Come on. Come here. Oh, okay, that's it. That's it. I'm gonna cut you. I cut him. You see that? I cut him. I got him good. I got him real good. He wasn't too tough. He wasn't too tough. I took him out. Oh, he took me out. Victory and immediate death. Oh, that was great. Well, at least I have all my stuff there. I lost all my stuff in my inventory, but I can get that back. Oh, that was great. Oh, that was great. I actually think that was probably the perfect way that we should end the stream, guys. Oh, that was great. That was just perfect. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Uh, I'll run back and grab my stuff. Uh, but I'll probably end up dying along the way just trying to grab it. But I don't think that stuff was. I mean, that stuff might be worth it. I mean, I had a bunch of pickaxes and stuff like that in there and some food, but I could always go grab it. But yeah, I better end stream because it's already 12:30 for me. I want to be able to get up here in 5 hours, and I do have a few other things I need to. I actually have one thing I really want to do before I go to bed here, so I really should take care of that before I try to get a little bit of sleep here, so I could wake up at 5. So, but I thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight, and I thank you everyone for listening to me earlier, with everything that's I'm going through and facing. I really appreciate it, and the fact that you guys listened to me the entire and in my entirety. Um, it's a lot of deep stuff. A lot of people would just assume not listen to it, turn it off, and go watch someone else or listen to somebody else. And the fact that you guys didn't, I really appreciate that. That really speaks very highly of your characters. Yeah, more stories next time. I realize I've really realized that you guys do enjoy listening to stories and stuff from my pasts and stuff like that. So I will definitely think of some stuff up, and like I said, I will also kind of dig around to try to find some of the pictures and stuff like that from back from Akon and other stuff like that, just so you guys can kind of like take a look at different things that I've seen and done and stuff like that. So I'll see what I can find. I know I have it in a box somewhere, probably stored away in one of my closets, but I'll find it eventually. And we'll definitely do some more. Like I said, I have Ghost of Tsushima. Someone wants me to play tabs. I did buy that, so I do want to try that out. I haven't played tabs before, so that would be interesting. There's a couple other games that I want to try as well. And we, like I said, a lot of these games I really like chilling and just kind of talking with you guys. Just we can talk about anything in the entire world. It doesn't have to be about one topic. Um, whatever's on our mind. Like tonight was great. We talked about everything from anime to Hololive to me telling stories. I mean, we talked for over 5.5 hours about this stuff, and not one single minute was boring. And I appreciate that. That was really fun. That was really, really, really fun. And we had some great moments. We had some, really, really serious moments, and then we had some really, really fun moments. And that's just great. And that's what I want. That's what I want from this channel. That's the roots that I wanted to sow when I first really wanted, started concepting this channel and like started wanting to really make it a reality. Yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you for hanging out with us, man. Thank you for hanging out with us, everyone. I love you guys. I love you guys for just taking some time out of your busy lives to hang out with someone like me. Just to hang out. We can talk, chat, do whatever. I also just to give you guys also some heads up. Like I said before, they are planning on doing Splatoon participation with Ankaro and Kanan. So I might sneak my stream on just so I can, show it from my perspective. I don't know, depending on how many people are playing, I might, not play every single round. It kind of depends on how many participants they have. If they start ending up having lots of participants, then obviously I'll drop so other people can play. But if they're looking and they need participants and they don't have enough to fill entire teams, I'll obviously stay on. So I'll just be able to give another perspective of what's going on. But I really want to showcase those two girls as well because I really want to. They both really impressed me. Ankuro, of course, with just her attitude, and then her friend as well, Kanan. She's trying her best, and she right now she's playing the first Horizon Zero Dawn, and she's just absolutely getting her mind blown with that game. And it's like really fun to watch because she's like just at awe with everything that's going on. So I started watching her when she just started playing it yesterday afternoon. Well, for her it was yesterday evening. For me it was in the morning. And just watching her play it, she was just like completely mind blown with the game. Yeah, Kanan and Ankuro. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you were thinking of the other Canon. Yeah. This one is Canon with a K. If you use Google Translate, it translates it into a C, but her name's actually Kanon. Yeah, you were thinking of the Eric Canon, um the Class K Canon. That's a nice way of playing it. Explaining it. Yeah. So yeah. Yes. Yes. There you go. Yes, that is correct. Yeah. I'll link both of them in Discord. I'll link Cannon's channel here after we finish here. So, but guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here and listening. It's gonna be a rough couple of weeks, but I'll get through it. Just bear with me, and after we get through these couple of weeks, then like I said, everything should start looking up and being a little bit better. But in the meantime, just being able to do stuff like this with you guys has really lifted my spirits, and I appreciate it. So let's do it again. I will keep you guys informed of the next time I do a stream. I haven't decided on what exactly I'll play next, but you guys, I want you guys, if it's morning for you, have a great day. If it's evening or afternoon, have a great afternoon or evening. Wherever you are in the world, please stay safe. Thank you very much. Peace and love from me. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much for your kindness and generosity in being here today. I really appreciate all of you guys. So until then, this is Marko Yamashita signing off. Peace.